All right. Last time on Yakuza Like a Dragon, we were doing Premium Adventure. More or less, we're doing all the sub-stories in Japanese. There are too many sub-stories to keep track of, but memory is pretty good. I remember most of them. Probably not going to attempt to try to remember which ones we hit, because they all kind of blurred together. Because we were rapid firing. I think we did 15 of them out of like the 50. So we gotta hit the ground running today. Yep. Oh, 17. Fair enough. Alright. So we're just gonna knock them out. Ikari was our most recent one.
そうですか。ダメですか。ああ、わかりました。またご縁があればよろしくお願いします。
Oh, this is where he has problems finding a job.
それでは。
And we end up hiring him. Asuka end up being his boss.
今後の活躍をお祈りされてしまった。これで面接落ちたの何社目だよ。
よう、いいかり。
え？うわー！春日君、もしかして今の聞いていたのかい？
今のって面接落ちたの何社目だよとか言ってたやつか？
めちゃめちゃしっかり聞いてるじゃないか。ああ、困ったな。このままでは僕の完璧超人エリートオブエリートなイメージが崩れてしまう懸念がある。
そもそもそんなイメージ持ってねえって。
あれ？春日さんに碇さん、仲良く何を話してるんですか？
おう、今怒りが落ち込んでたから励まそうと。
春日君、ビークワイエット、シャーアップ。なんでもないんです、宮越さん。なんでもないからマジで。本当に何もないので。
ああ。
さて春日君、そろそろ行こうかね。僕たちお茶する予定だったもんね。
おい。
さあ行くよ春日君。レディーステディーゴー。
Ready, steady, go. So far, Ikari and the returning character from the Yakuza 6 for supporting like sub-story characters are pretty good. Alright. So we punch his like old colleagues, the colleagues that bully him, right? So the bullies took out the bullies, and then we end up hiring him because of Ichiban.
もう終わりか？エリートさん。
Ichiban's company.
すまねえ、イカリ。俺、頭のいいお前に嫉妬してたんだ。許してくれよ。そうだ。お前、まだうちの会社来たいんだな。俺が本当に人事に掛け合ってやるからさ。君みたいなクズを雇ってるような見る目がない会社。どうせすぐ潰れるよ。こっちから願い下げだ。
いいかり。
くそ！逃げるぞ！おい！いいフレーズだったからね。使わせてもらったよ。ありがとう、春日君。助けてくれて。
いつも俺を助けてくれてるじゃねえか。それにダチを助けるなんて当たり前だろ。
君は最初はただのアホだと思っていたけれど、本当に素晴らしい人材だね。僕が社長なら君みたいな人間を採用したいよ。これはお礼の印だ。受け取っておいてくれ。
これからどうするんだ、イカリ？
地道に就職活動と資格取得を続けるよ。僕は不器用だし、社会に馴染めないタイプの人間かもしれないけど、諦めたらおしまいだからね。僕は99社落ちたけど、山ほど資格を取ってきたんだ。次に受ける100社目の会社は受かるかもしれない。僕が僕を信じないとダメだよね。
いいこと言うじゃねえか。その通りだよ。おめえはすげえんだ。自信持っていけ。で、その100社目の会社ってのはどんな会社なんだい？
株式会社一番成果とか言ってたかな。
え？
僕も。
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if his dialogue, it would be a great attention to detail, but if they said Ichiban Confections, because I haven't got on the second playthrough, I haven't moved on to Ichiban Holdings yet. I'm pretty sure it said Ichiban Holdings in the English playthrough. So they made sure that it was consistent, because now he says Ichiban Confections
最近まで知らなかったんだけどね。
as opposed to Ichiban
地元密
Holdings.
着でこの町のことをよく考えてる会社らしく。
いや、
あ、君も一緒に受けるかい？確かに春日君は貧乏そうだし、働いてもなさそうなイメージだもんね。紹介しようか。
それ俺の会社。
は？
社長は俺なんだけど。
Oh, and the last time we played, I can confirm that it wasn't just my imagination that since the Judgment series, right? Since Judgment, the development group stated that the English subtitles or the English track will be 1-to-1, and then the Japanese tracks are translated and localized with English subtitles, so they are not the same. They're in some places they're incredibly similar, but there are very noticeable, like very pivotal moments that have different meaning.
今までのプレーをお許しください、社長様。
おい、やめてくれって。
何とぞ私を。靴を舐めましょうか。そうだ、靴を舐めましょう。
普通にしてくれって。だがそんなことやってるから落ちるんだぞ、お前は。
That's alright, he was in the company anyways. Oh, good. What else is nearby? The animal circus, of course. Oh, we need to buy flowers too. We do we have enough money? Oh, we already have 15 of these. That's good. So we only need one more. Yeah, we need 16 for all 4 of the sub-stories regarding the girls. Sumire, Rarika. I keep forgetting Ikari's girl, and then Inoha? Iroha? It might be Iroha, which is Adachi's little squeeze. Alright, animal circus time. I've got all the animals' names. We'll find out soon enough.
こんにちは。アニマル大サーカスです。
Yashita.
今日はここ浜北公園にやってきました。ショーが始まるまでの間は出演する動物たちと触れ合うことができます。みんないい子たちなので、ぜひ仲良くなってください。
へえ、 動物と触れ合いか。
こちらはクマのカトリーヌちゃんです。手を伸ばすと握手をしてくれるんですよ。
Catherine. Okay.
よろしければ写真もお撮りしますよ。いかがですか？
クマと握手って危なくないのか？
大丈夫です。カトリーヌちゃんは特別な訓練を受けておりますので人に慣れているんですよ。曲芸はもちろんファンサービスにも抜かりはありません。今日も移動中はずっとおとなしくしててくれて、性格もとっても穏やかなんです。子熊の頃からこの私が面倒を見てたんですよ。だから私の言うことはいつも聞いてくれてこれが通じ合うってやつなんですかね。ちょっと今お客様とお話ししてるんだから後にして。どこまでお話ししましたっけ？ああ、そうそう、カトリーヌちゃん、ぜひ触れ合っていただいて、よろしかったらこの後のショーも見ていっていただけると嬉しいです。
Mm-hmm.
ちなみにカトリーヌちゃんは外に出たりもすんのか？
いえ、さすがに外には出しませんよ。外は刺激が強すぎて興奮させてしまいますから、あくまで檻の中だけです。まあちゃんと鍵がかかっているので心配はないですけどね。
Lock good and tight.
そうそう、ちょうどこんな鍵で。あれ、これカトリーヌちゃんの鍵？いやー、カトリーヌちゃんが外に。カトリーヌちゃん、お願いだから檻に戻って。
全然あんたの言うこと聞いてねえじゃねえか。何一つ通じ合ってねえぞ。
あなた、お願いします。なんとかカトリーヌちゃんを檻に戻してください。
え、俺？無理に決まってんだろ。あんたの方がこいつと付き合い長いんだからなんとかしろよ。
無理。そもそも人間が他の生き物と分かり合おうとすること自体とんだ思い上がりだったんですよ。
こいつ相当混乱して
That was a
んな。
lot of
こ
moodies.
うなったらもう力でねじ伏せるしかありません。お礼はしますから。このまま街に出たらもっと危険です。
んなこと言ったってくそ、やるしかねえか。
All right, Catherine. No hard feelings. Back in the cage you go.
頑張ります。とりゃ
Wow. That's a lot of HP. Holy heck.
よし、行くぞ。
おい、来た。
Oh,
どうしようかな。
that's a visual bug right there. Today's not my day, man.
俺の番だな。ほら。
遊んでくんないか。
俺の番ね。よし。さっさと檻に戻りな、カトリーヌ。
That's a good girl.
すごい。カトリーヌちゃんがおとなしく檻に。
だがとんだ触れ合いイベントだったぜ。
本当にありがとうございました。あのカトリーヌちゃんが私以外の人の言うことを聞くなんて驚きです。
いや、あんたの言うこと全く聞いてなかったけどな。
でもこれで無事ショーができそうです。これはお礼です。受け取ってください。
I don't remember what that actually does.
そういえば自己紹介がまだで
That
した
might
ね。
actually be the
私は
XP
このア
item.
ニマル大サーカスで団長を務めております安田と申します。
俺は春日だ。あんた団長だったんだな。
団長といってもスタッフも少ない小さなサーカス団ですけどね。この子たちを連れて全国を回っているんですよ。
全国を。
サーカスって大きな町での開催が多いじゃないですか。でもなかなかそういうのに行けない地方の子供たちも多いので、こうやって移動しながらショーをやっているんです。私もそんな子供の一人だったので、初めてサーカスに連れて行ってもらった時は嬉しかったな。 そういう喜びを一人でも多くの子供に体験してほしいんですよ。まああんまり儲かってないんですけどね。それでもできる限り頑張りたいなって思うんです。
そうか、頑張れよ。
そうだ、春日さん、もう少しでショーの時間なんですが、カトリーヌちゃんの芸を堪能していきませんか？なかなかのものですよ。
いや、俺はさっき十分堪能したから大丈夫だ。また変に刺激してもあれだしな。
そうですか。それではまた今度日を改めてぜひお越しください。次はカトリーヌちゃん以外の動物も登場しますので。
ほう、そいつは逃げたりしねえんだろうな。
大丈夫ですよ。私によく懐いてるいい子ですから。
それならいいんだな。じゃあ俺は行くぜ。もう逃がすんじゃねえぞ。
はい、ありがとうございました、春日さん。
やれやれ、ひどい目にあったぜ。あのサーカス団、またここでショーをすると言ってたな。なんとなく気になるし、今度来てみるか。
Watch Catherine just magically change into a tiger. Oh no, wait. We didn't walk far enough. Hold up. Check it out. Magic. All right. Yash though, man. What a pep.
やってるな。
ああ、春日さん、この前はどうもありがとうございました。カトリーヌちゃんのショー、大盛り上がりでしたよ。
そうか、そいつはよかったな。今日は何をやるんだ？クマじゃないんだろ？
ええ、今日はこの子、虎のシャルロットちゃんです。
Oh yeah, Charlotte.
なかなか立派な虎だな。
でしょう？毛並みもいいんですよ。春日さんも今日は触れ合っていってください。手を出すとお手をしてくれますよ。ほんと可愛いんです。もちろん特別な訓練を受けておりますので、人に危害を加えることなんてありません。この子が小さかった頃からこの私が直々にトレーニングをしてきましたからね。
それがなんか不安なんだよな。
おお、どうしたの？お
Oh,
腹
I
が
forgot
空
all
いてんの
about
か
the
な？
cat.
そうか。ちょうどご飯を持っててから少し分けてあげるよ。はい、お食べ。
へえ、手慣れたもんだな。
でしょう。私くらいにもなると初対面の動物とだって分かり合えるんですよ。ある意味外国語よりも動物語の方が簡単に思えちゃいますね。もっと食べたいの？でももうダメだよ。栄養の取りすぎは逆に良くないからね。また今度おいで。
The cat sounded really
飼育してい
disappointed.
る動物だけじゃなくて、野良猫とか鳥とかよく寄ってくるんですよ。自分じゃ特に意識していないんですけど、私には親しみやすい何かがあるのかもしれませんね。
ちなみに虎のシャルロットちゃんもあんたのところによく寄ってくるのか？
ええ、シャルロットちゃんは遊びたい盛りなので、いつも私のところへ来ますよ。
檻を越えてもか？
いや、さすがに外には出しません。好奇心が旺盛なので、外に出したら興奮させちゃいますから、あくまで檻の中だけですね。もうだから今日はもうご飯はあげられないの。また今度って言ってるでしょ。
Charlotte's kind of cute, you know?
シャルロットちゃんが檻の外に。シャルロットちゃん、頼むから中に戻って。
おい、 相変わらず全然分かり合えてねえじゃねえか。あいつめちゃくちゃ機嫌悪そうだぞ。
春日さん、お願いします。なんとかシャルロットちゃんを俺に戻してください。
なんでまた俺なんだよ。虎なんて無理に決まってんだろ。それにあんた動物語簡単とか言ってたよな。ならそれでさっさと説得しろよ。
んなことできるわけないでしょう。そもそも同じ人間たちだって言語の壁で悩んでるのに、種族を超えて意思疎通できたらそれはもう神ですよ。
こいつ自分でも何を言ってるか分かってないんだろうな。
やはりこうなったら力でねじ伏せるしかありません。お礼はしますからお願いします。シャルロットちゃんは足も速いので、このまま逃げ出してしまったらもっと危険です。
そうは言っても
I think he gives all XP items.
結局俺がやるしかねえのか。
The animal circus guy. Yash though.
余裕余裕。
どうしようかな。
Sorry, Charlotte. No hard feelings. Bring you back in the cage.
俺の番だ。
怪我しますよ。頑張ります。とりゃ
俺の番だな。
さて。
ああ、しんど。回復。
どうしようかな。てよ
That slap.
俺の番だ。
さっさと俺に戻りな、シャルロットちゃん。
すごい。シャルロットちゃんがおとなしく俺に戻った。シャルロットちゃん結構人見知りなので、私以外の人にはあんまり懐かないんですよ。素晴らしいです、春日さん。
いや、あんたに懐いてるようには全く見えなかったが。
でもこれで大事にならずに済みました。これはお礼です。受け取ってください。
Yep.
たく逃げ出すのはこれっきりにして
So
くれよ。
this guy's the goat.
大丈夫ですよ。
The animal
これか
circus
らは
one,
もっ
you
と
get
厳重に管理するようにしますから。
a lot of
それならいいんだ。
job XP
それよ
items.
り春日さん、もう少しでシャルロットちゃんのショーが始まりますけど、見ていきませんか？お席用意しますよ。
いや、今日はちょっと疲れたし、虎は十分堪能したから遠慮しておくぜ。
そうですか。それではまた今度日を改めてぜひお越しください。今度はまた新しい動物が活躍する予定なので。
一応聞くが、そいつは逃げたりしねえだろうな。
ああ、それはご安心ください。あの子はうちの動物の中で一番賢い子なので、そんなことは絶対ありません。
そうか。じゃあ俺は行くぜ。今度から気をつけろよ。
はい、ありがとうございました、春日さん。
Mm-hmm.
やれやれ。まさか熊に続いて虎とやり合うことになるとは。今度は違う動物でショーをすると言ってたな。気が向いたら顔を出してみるか。
And now for the third act. I just realized that you know, should be using someone else other than Eddie because of the bond. We need to boost bond. So Eddie's bond is dependent on the management mode. So let's grab Yonggi-han. Oh yeah, that's right. He has the OG. Okay. What did this do? Right. Time to watch Charlotte change into... Oh wait, maybe I can do it this way. Let's see. Wait, hold. How far we have to go before it transforms? Let's find out. Wait for it. Really? Oh, maybe it's locked behind something? Hold up. I want to see it, like, pop in. Wait, do I have to actually look away? Hold up. No? Okay, never mind. Oh wait, I forgot. We need to do this first. That's right.
先輩、あれ見ました？そこでやってるサーカスだ。
ああ、見た見た。
A crane.
全然期待してなかったけど、案外面白かったよ。虎の玉乗りとか初めて見たわ。
I mean the extractor.
あの団長に
I keep
は
calling
いま
it
いち
crane.
懐い
The
てなかった
extractor.
な。最後の方なんて虎に無視されてたし。あのサーカス団、結構評判いいみたいだな。団長は相変わらずのようだが。
まあ、熊の時もそんな感じでしたよ。そろそろ終わるみたいですし、最後にもう一回くらい見ておきたいな。
休憩行ってきます。おい、持ち場離れる時はショベルのエンジン切ってけっていつも言ってんだろ。
すぐ戻るんで大丈夫ですよ。どうせろくに休憩時間ないんだし。
たく、愛想のねえ新人でね。
まあ、いつものことですよ。それより俺らも休憩行きましょう。腹減っちゃいました。
だな。カツ丼でも食いに行くか。
Peps left the key in the
そろそ
extractor.
ろサーカス終わる
Of
のか。
course.
後で俺も顔を出してみるかね。
確かこっちに来たと思ったんだけど。
どこ行
The
った？
chimp got out. Clara. That's
ク
right.
ララちゃん、戻ってきて。
Or Clara. Yep.
おいおい、まさかあいつ。
クララが乗った。
おいおいおいおい、やべえぞありゃ。なんであんなにこなれた操縦してんだよ。
クララちゃん、俺から工事現場をよく見てたからレバー操作とかの動きを覚えてたのかも。
マジか。
Clever little Clara.
春日さん、本当にこれが最後のお願いです。なんとかしてクララちゃんを救出していただけませんか。このままでは私たちままだ。
He went from like one side and suddenly to another side.
んなこと言っても。
It's fine. We'll be fine. That's a lot of HP.
痛い目に合わせますよ。ほら来いよ。
おい来た。
私。やめんなよ。
And Jongi Han's outfit from Yakuza 6 looks pretty dang nice, man.
俺の番だな。私が相手で。
俺の番。
俺の番ね。
してみろ。さーて。
あ、そう
行くぞ。
さて。
ほら来いよ。
おい来た。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
But the young Daigo outfit, though. From Kiwami too.
ががってきなさい。立て直さねえと。
遊んでくしんどいね。
ダメだよ。よろしくないな。
調子悪
やるか。
Hey, Joshing. Yeah, it's been a while.
本気でやってん。
I'm gonna have to pep you a little, but that's more of a Dragon Quest reference than a Dark Souls reference. He's a Dragon Quest nerd. All right, get with the program.
やっと動きが止まったか。安田団長、クララは。
捕まえました。ちょっと疲れてるみたいですけど無事です。
Freaking Clara.
しかしこんな騒ぎになっちまってどう収集をつけたらいいんだ。
おい見たかよ今の。すげえパフォーマンスだったな。
え、
これってサーカス？
Planet of the Apes, man.
ショベルカー乗りますチンパンジーとそれに立ち向かうテンパって斬新だな。
ドキドキしながら見ちゃった。
Didn't learn anything from Planet of the
す
Apes.
っごい迫力。
皆さんお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。これからあちらのステージでショーを行いますのでよろしければ見ていってください。
へえ、今度はステージでショーをやるんだ。またあんな迫力のやつ見られるかな。
ちょっと行ってみようぜ。
Perm boy. Punch perms. The armor looks great. All costumes are great.
ぼちぼち作業の続きをするか。なんじゃこりゃ。
今日は本当に助かりました春日さん。お礼の気持ち受け取ってください。
頼むからこんなことはマジでこれっきりにしてくれよ。今度ばかりは死ぬかと思ったぜ。
はい、春日さんには感謝してもしきれません。あ、この感謝っていうのは何度も助けていただいたからというだけではなくて、ここ数日私は春日さんのおかげで今まで見たことのないお客様の表情をたくさん見ることができました。長いことこのサーカスをやってきてはいましたが、それは動物の玉乗りや輪をくぐるとかどこかで見たことあるようなものばかりだったので、普通のサーカスの域を超えられなかったんですよね。お客さんも笑ってはいるけど心を揺さぶることまではできていないって内心感じていたんです。
安田団長
ですがここに来てクマトラとの激戦、そしてショベルカーとの燃えるような死闘、どれも手に汗握るシーンの連続で 見ている人の目は釘付けでした。スリル、驚き、興奮、喜び、この全てが詰まってこそ感動体験なんだなって感じたんです。私はこれからも来てくれたお客さんたちにこんな体験をさせてあげたいって思いました。
そうか。
そこで降りてお願いがあるのですが、ぜひうちのサーカス団に入っていただけませんか。
Nope.
何？俺がか？
はい。春日さんとうちの動物ちゃんたちがタッグを組んだらきっと最強です。日本一のサーカス団だって目指せますよ。
No thanks.
いや、俺は。
あれだったらショベルカーとかも頑張って用意します。ローンとか組んで。あ、ダンプカーの方がいいですかね。
いやいや、どっちもいらねえ。っていうか、俺はサーカスやらねえよ。
まあそう言わずに、可愛い動物たちと一緒にサーカス界のてっぺんを取りに行きましょうよ。
いや、ほんともう動物は勘弁してくれ。
あ、待ってくださいよ、春日さん。
It's okay, we got away. It's fine. We got away from the animal circus. Alright. I just realized there's a maximum inventory. Wow, so this game actually has a maximum inventory. It's 500 unique items. Alright. Let's continue racking up all the sub-stories. Sample all the voice acting. Let me try to remember. So far, we have not forgotten any of the sub-story. Okay, so what's happening here? This is Cecile. Oh, this is the Rumba. This is the gigantic Soji. I have to give this guy. Oh no, do we have enough money? I think it was like 2 million. I don't think we. It might be more than 2 million. There's a scientist in here who invented this shoji. Yeah.
Huh?
And then we have to invest in the professor's project. Of course, he doesn't look like Wily from Mega Man, obviously.
Yeah.
Not suspiciously like Wily, you know? Oh, it's only a mil. Okay. Cool. He's gonna invent a street-sized Soji to help the city stay clean. And we'll see it later. I think this is the tour guide. The tour guide is super nervous. I know, right? Yeah, this is the nervous tour guide. Chinatown tour guide.
ガイドが道を間違えるってどういうこと？
すみません。すみません。
何やってんだ？
緊張しやすいんだかなんだか知らないけど、次お客さんを困らせたらクビだよ。クビ。次が最後のチャンスだからね。ツアーまでよく復習しておけよ。
お父さんとお母さんが見てる前でクビになったらもう人生おしまいだよ。
なあ、思い詰めてるみてえだけど大丈夫か？
え？
随分とでかい声で怒られてたからちょっと気になっちまったな。
ああ、私が上司に叱られていたのを見ていたんですね。お恥ずかしい限りです。
確かガイドとか言ってたな。
はい、中華街観光っていう。
Your imagination is pretty on point.
私 最近上京してガイドになったんですけど、上がり症で。
Yeah, this tour guide has performance anxiety, and her parents are going to come for the next tour, and you're supposed to help her out. She gives you all the information up front, and then you have to choose the right information to help her, remind her of stuff.
それはもう大惨事でした。
それでさっき怒鳴られてたんだな。
はい。次失敗したらクビになるかもしれません。
そいつは大変だな。
大変なのはそれだけじゃありません。実は次の
I'm
回に
curious if
私
it
の両親が
changed.
参加するんです。
I'm curious if it's
私が晴れ
randomly
姿が見
generated.
たいって飛行機で飛んで
Like
きて
the choice
親にか
differs.
っこ悪いとこ見せ
I
た
don't
くね
think
え
so.
し
It's probably the same
そ
three
いつはプレッ
answers.
シャーだな。
だから失敗はしたくないんですが、次の案内までもう時間がなくて、先輩のサポートなしじゃ絶対に失敗しちゃう。どうしよう。
そいつは困っ
Trust
た
the
な。
guy in the RPG
ど
armor.
うにかなんねえもんかな。
Plot armor, man. Plot armor.
お兄さん、いきなりすみません。折り入って頼み事があります。
All in a hero's work.
次の中華街ツアーの私のサポート役として参加していただけませんか？
え、俺がか？
無理は承知でお願いできない
Yep,
でしょうか。
knight in shiny armor.
助けてくれる人が一人いるだけで心強いんです。
助けるって言っても、俺だって別に中華街に詳しいわけじゃねえし。
私がツアーで回る場所をあらかじめ説明します。なので私が緊張で言葉に詰まった時だけ助け舟を出していただきたいんです。もうお兄さんしか頼れないんです。どうかお願いできないでしょうか。もちろんお礼もします。
Yeah,
仕方
yeah,
ね
yeah.
えな。付き合ってやるよ。
お兄さん、初めてお会
What do you think, Joshin? Can you hear Nishikiyama in Casca? I can't unhear it.
いしたのに親切にしていただいて本当にありがとうございます。私、石田あやみって言います。
あやみか。よろしくな。俺は春日だ。
春日さんですね。よろしくお願いします。早速ですが、ツアーで回る場所の解説をしますね。写真を見せながらガイドを再現するので、何か疑問があったら聞いてください。
おう、わかったぜ。
では、よろしくお願いします。はじめに、こちらの写真をご覧ください。
Oh, I think she starts with the gate.
これが中華街の入り口となる場所です。この立派な門は拝坊と呼ばれる中国の伝統的な建築様式の門なんですよ。
ハイボーか。初めて聞いたな。
この拝坊には赤い竜が守護神として宿っていると言われています。門から中華街が平和であるよう見張っていてくれているんだそうです。
赤い竜か。中華街のイメージにぴったりだな。
More dragon
中華街って
motifs.
赤のイメージがありますよね。では次は露店の並ぶ通りをご説明します。
There's not even right to left. Oh
こ
yeah,
こは
that's
中華
fair.
街の中でも名店が軒を連ねる通りでございます。私たちがツアーで行くのは青い看板が目印の肉まん屋さんです。
Yeah, it's the
そのお店
same.
の名
It's
物
the
は
same. They didn't like
ウルトラ
randomly
爆
change
盛
up
り
the
スーパー
sign
肉まん
color or
で
anything like that.
すごい名前だな。
す。なんとその肉まんとっても大きくてサッカーボールと同じくらいのサイズなんだそうです。ぜひ春日さんも食べてみてください。
Those are some massive buns, you know? Soccer-sized
つ
buns.
いに
Ooh,
最後のスポットです。
that's some
こちらは中華街の食を司る神様と言われている
Oh,
サン
yeah.
ラートンの像です。
サンラートン。
サンラータンの中に入っている豚だからサンラートンなんだそうです。
Song La Tang.
豚はトンとも読みますから。
へえ。なんていうかユニークだな。
このとっても可愛いサ
Or
ンラートン
Xiang
には
La Tang.
ありがたい言い伝えがあるんです。なんとサンラートンの右耳を
I said it more
4回
with
撫でて
Fujianese,
中華街を出る
unfortunately.
と中華街を出た
The
後
hot and
に
sour
美食
soup.
に巡り合えるそうなんですよ。
右耳を4回。覚えづらいな。
右耳だけちょっと塗装が剥げてるのでそれが目印ですかね。
I could use some hot and sour soup right now. I've been having this like
これで一通りの説明は終了です。春日さ
throat
ん、
thing,
大丈夫そう
a
ですか？
bit of
なか
congestion
なか難しいな
for a while now.
けどあやみはスラスラ
That's why
俺
I'm
に解
chewing
説
gum.
できてたじゃねえか。
でも本番になると失敗したらどうしようって頭が真っ白になっちゃうんです。でも両親にはしっかりした姿を見せたいので頑張ります。私は準備がありますので中華街通りの太陽門の前で待ってますね。
わかった。じゃあまたな。
A-okay. That's the closest sub story. Let's go. I wanted to show my parents I can stand on my 2 feet, so I'm gonna pretend I can. What is that supposed to mean? Pretending. The only euphemism I have for you is fake it until you make it. Have you seen I know koi? I know koi. Oh yeah, this the Soji model is complete. Okay. Well, let's go help out the tour. Oh wait, or is this the Onomichio thing? No, it's the tour. Not yet. Alright. It happened. Yep, ready to go.
それじゃ
We're only listening to the voice lines, so no worries. Use your imagination. We got these tourists. And then those are her parents. Cute couple. Alright. We're at the Pai Pong.
はい。
And we answered the question. It's a red dragon.
Oh.
And then we help her out, and she remembers everything else. Get some personality credits. And then it's the blue sign for the buns.
Oh.
And then she's fine with all the other stuff too. And then we get to the Xianlatang. Red Dragon. Oh yeah, that is a budget keyboard. Indeed. The meat buns was the ultra packed super bun. The size of a soccer ball. And last but not least, the swine latang. Like a miracle delish buns, yeah. And then a bully comes by. A bully who's upset. And then we knock his lights out. No hard feelings, my man. Oh, you get the other XP item thing. Okay. Get out of here. And everything's fine.
ありがとうございました。不慣れでお見苦しい点も多々あったかと思います。失礼いたしました。
いやいや。
That's a very delicate voice. I like it.
ありがとうございました。
絡んできた男めっちゃ怖かったのにお姉さん全然ビビってなくてかっこよかった。
Yeah, she was heroic, but Akaska cleaned up.
すごく怖かったんですよ。お姉さん面白い。
あ、お姉さん、最後に見た豚ってなんて言うんですっけ？
サンラートンです。 耳を撫でると
Salatong.
美食と巡り会えると言われている中華街の新名物ですよ。
そうそう、サンラートン。あいつ可愛かったから
Salatong.
欲しいなって思ってるんですよ。
それでしたら中華街の入り口のお店に売ってるので帰りにぜひ寄ってみてください。
ありがとうございます。お姉さん、今日一日でガード
I'm
うまく
so
なりました
ready for English. When they do a little slight jabs at American culture or Americanized culture.
よかったじゃねえか。
It'll be so interesting
皆
to
さん
see their
ありがとう
perspective.
ございます。ではこれにて解散です。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, this part is pretty wholesome.
春日さん
The parents also
本当にあり
Thanks
が
you.
とうございました。春日さん喧嘩お強いんですね。
she has very
まあ
cute parents.
これしか特技がねえからよ。つうか、あやみもあんなでかいやつ相手によく頑張ったじゃねえか。
Such a
最初はす
classic.
ごく怖かったんです。
Da-da-dun
でも
dun.
お客さんを守らなきゃと思ったらちゃんと立ち向かいました。
For 10 years of using this
頼りになっ
theme.
てかっこよくてお客さんの最高の思い出を作る、そんなガイドさんに憧れてここに来たんです。
かっこいいじゃねえか。さっきのあやみはその通りのガイドさんだったぜ。ツアー客も最後は全員楽しんでたし、父ちゃんと母ちゃんも感心してたぞ。
本当ですか？よかった。全部春日さんのおかげです。
あやみが頑張ったからだろう。いい両親を持て。
You know? Hold up. No, never mind. I thought her name Ayami reminds me of a specific IRL person. I didn't know if they use her like if it is actually her.
てよかったな。
Never mind.
今晩食事するのでたくさん親孝行してきます。あ、そうだ。春日さん、これ受け取ってください。
Because so far they've used up to this point in the game they've used at least 10 I would say at least 10 very notable either national celebrities or international celebrities in the game series.
では、春日さん、また会いま
And
しょ
it's
う。
growing. It's growing in frequency. So whenever you see like a sub story with a character, there's always a chance that it's like an IRL character playing themselves, like an IRL person playing themselves in the context of the universe.
いきなり失礼します。私、あやみの母です。
Here's the
あやみの
cute
父です
parents.
この度はあやみを支えてくださってありがとうございました。
いや、大したことはしてないっすよ。あやみはご両親が来るってことですげえ頑張ってました。
あの子、おっちょこちょいなんですけど、一生懸命で親孝行な子なんです。私たちに心配かけないようにしてるだけで、本当は仕事がうまくいってないんじゃないかとか、今日来るまではすごく不安で、でも今日のあやみの姿を見てすごく安心したんです。あやみが
It's also
あんな
very
にたくましくて
Japanese.
人を笑顔にできる子だなんて今まで知りませんでした。お父さんなんて感動して泣いてましたよ。
That is like that part is pretty dang cute. That the husband and stuff.
お母さん、余計なことを言うんじゃない。
That's not relevant here.
あいつはこれからもっといいガイドになりますよ。
可愛い子には旅をさせよですね。春日さんみたいな素敵な方もいますし。
あやみとはどういったご関係で？
ちょっとお父さん。
ああ、これは失礼。春日くんと言ったね。これを。
Just what is your relationship with
春日さん、
our daughter?
これからもあやみをお願いいたしますね。
The classic
ふう、
a classic father
あ
question.
やみはいい両親を持ったな。
Yeah.
ツアーガイド頑張れよ。
It's a little thing that matters. It's a great slice of life touch to include the parents. Okay. Time for Ono Michio. The fake Ono Michio. Ono Peppo. Scam no. Reminds me you need to stop you need to stop your Yakuza break. Yakuza break? No one breaks for Yakuza. Ooh. Yakuza 3 is so great with stories and life stuff, but man, it did not age very well when it comes to other things. The timeless things are probably one of my favorites. There's fake Ono.
お、早速みちおくんフィギュア売ってるな。人だかりもできてるし、仕分けた甲斐があったぜ。
Budget Ono.
よく見たらあいつ小野道夫じゃねえ。パチモンじゃねえか。
I mean, I kind of like it though.
見て見て、これ可愛くない？今クラスで流行ってるんで。あれ？みちおくんの頭についてるのって
Off-brand Ono.
尾道ラーメンだったような。これうどんだよね。
うどんもラーメンも大して変わらんみっち。さあさあ早く帰る。
Michi.
とりあえずプロデューサーの弘中に連絡しておくか。
はい、弘中です。
おう、俺だ。春日だ。
おお、道夫鑑定士の春日さん。この間はありがとうございました。どうされました？
実は今、偽道夫グッズを路上で売ってるやつを見つけたんだ。
なんですって？
Mm-hmm.
本当ですか？
ああ。場所は中華街の太陽門近くだ。
Armor compliant
パチモン着ぐるみを
smartphones.
着て商売してやがる。
パチモンの着ぐるみ。わかりました。私も準備してすぐに向かいます。
準備？まあいいか。とりあえず弘中が来るまであのパチモン野郎を見張っておこう。
This is a throwback to Yakuza 6. And you probably have seen Ono Michio and Ono Mikia? Mika? In Kiwami 2 during the clan creator. I mean, not the clan creator, the cabaret club
ああ、
thing.
まあそんなもんだみっち。
Yeah, it's Michi.
ああ。
決めポーズやって決めポーズ。おのみちょっていうやつ。
うるせえな、こっちは忙しいんだよ。じゃあな、あっち行って。はいはい、見てって見てってみっち。みちおのレアフィギュアが安いよみっち。
Michi!
道夫の名を語ってひでえ真似しやがって。もう黙っちゃいられねえ。あのパチモン野郎、今すぐぶっ飛ばしてや。
待ってください、春日さん。
おう、弘中か。あいつさっきファンの子供。おお。あんた弘中だよな。
今の私は弘中であり、弘中ではありません。偽道夫に対する怒りの波動に目覚めた小野道夫です。道夫くんの偽フィギュアを売るだけでは飽き足らず、道夫くんを語って子供を泣かせるなんて絶対に許せません。プロデューサーであるこの私が直々に真の小野道夫となってパ
Violence.
チモン野郎を成敗してきます。
Indeed.
おい、微妙によろけている気がするが、サイズとか大丈夫か？
そのくらい道夫君への愛でなんと
I'll fill the empty space with my love for Michio-kun, aka Kiryu.
道夫くん、すみません。このフィギュア一つください。
ありがとうミッチー。2000円になりますミッチー。
お嬢さん、そんなやつから偽物のフィギュアなんて買ったらダメだミッチー。
道夫くんが2人？
そいつは小野道夫じゃない。真っ赤な偽物だミッチー。
あん誰だってめ。
誰だと聞かれたら名乗ってやるミチ。チャーミングな八作フェイス、おしゃれな尾道ラーメン帽子、キュートな魚のポシェット、漁師の心意気、クールな長靴、生かしたナウイ ONO トレーナー。そう、俺こそが尾道の象徴、小野道夫だ。アコギな商売をやめてこの町から出ていけ道。
あ、何言ってんだお前。本物の尾道夫がこんなとこ来るわけねえだろ。
え？
商売の邪魔しやがって。おいお前ら、このふざけた野郎叩き出せ。
He's got some Yakuza butt heads.
おいおい、大丈夫なのかあれ。
Or a Hirataka. A
ちょっと
Hiranaka.
待つミチ。やるならディベートで勝負しませんか。私尾道の大会で4位
He
に
didn't
なったこと
resort
があ
to
りま
violence.
して。
Mm.
んなことするわけねえだろ。とっとと消え失せろクソ着ぐるみが。
うん、ちょっと待ってね。痛い。いややめて。
Oh no, Michio. That's one of the catchphrases.
おい、大丈夫か。
Oh
しっ
no.
かりしろ。弘中、こんなになってまで道を守ろうとして。
Time to pass the torch.
動けなかっただろうに。
This is a symbolic moment.
連中に向かっていくあんたの姿、めちゃくちゃかっこよかったぜ。
It also proves that Kasuga and Kiryu has the same
あ
sizes.
とは俺に任せ
Just
な。
saying.
あんたや尾道の人たちの思い、
Same size build too.
俺が守ってやるからよ。
Or similar size build.
なんだお前、懲りずにまた殴られに来たのか。
いや、てめえらの商売を終わらせに来た。
ああ、
偽物グッズで荒稼ぎ、ファンの子供は泣かせる。道夫のことは何も知らねえ。そんなゴミみてえな振る舞いをいつまでも続けさせるわけにはいかねえ。
ついさっきボコられたくせによく言うぜ。せっかく楽して儲かる稼ぎを見つけたんだ。まだまだ儲けさせてもらうぜ。許せるごときが正義感かざして俺らに盾ついたこと後悔させてやるよ。
話してもわからねえ。確かに俺はゆるキャラだがな。パチモン見逃せるほどゆるかねえんだよ。
はっ、抜かしてろ。おいお前ら、こいつぶち殺すぞ。
It's okay. We brought backup too.
私の番ですね。
And guns. No hard feelings, guys.
俺の番だ。
なんだよ、クソ強いじゃねえか。
所詮お前はまがいものだ。作り手の熱意や思い、情熱が宿ってるから本物であって強さを持ってるんだ。愛情のかけらもないお前らが何度挑んできたって一生俺には勝てねえよ。 おい、他にもパチモン作ってるやつがいたら今すぐやめさせろ。これ以上作り続けるなら尾道夫が潰しに行くと伝えておけ。
はい、すみませんでした。
Goodbye.
そうだ、弘中は。弘中、大丈夫か。
私は大丈夫です。それよりもあちらの皆さんのことをお願いします、道夫君。
皆さん。ああ、いや、その道夫は腕っぷしには自信があってだな。すごい、道夫君が偽物をやっつけた。え、
かっこいい。
そういえば聞いたことある。道夫君は地元のチンピラグループを滅ぼしたことがあるって。
さすが本物は強いな。
This is a throwback to Yakuza 6.
させる作戦だったのか。
道夫くん、さっきは来てくれてありがとう。僕は本当に嬉しかった。
そうか。
それでね、あの決めポーズもう一回やってくれないかな。あ、私も見たい。さっきちゃんと見られなかったし。私も。
仕方ねえな。それじゃあ行くぞ。よく見てろよ。チャーミングな八作フェイス、おしゃれな尾道ラーメン帽子、キュートな魚のポシェット、漁師の心意気、クールな長靴、生かしたナウイオノトレーナー。そう、俺こそが尾道の象徴、小野道夫だ。
いいぞ、道夫くん。
最高。
いやー、本当にありがとうございました。あのパチモン野郎を蹴散らしてくれてスカッとしました。
Oh no.
町の人も
Michio.
公式ショップから買ってくれるって言ってくれるようになりましたし、これは心からのお礼です。
The death boombox.
それはよかった。
Another
さっき
XP
殴ら
item.
れたところはもういいのか。
ええ、大丈夫ですよ。あれくらいでへこたれてなんかいられません。それにあのパチモン男が最後の一体だとは思いません。このままの話にしていたらあのパチモンの同類がまたどこかで作られるでしょう。ですから私はこれからもそんな連中と戦っていきます。道夫君への思いは何よりも強い武器ですからね。
そうだな。ところで俺はいつまでこれを着てりゃいいんだ。いい加減暑いし脱ぎたいんだが。
もうちょっとだけお願いします。
Mochio. I like that.
ここは土産屋じゃねえか。なんかあんのか。
実はこのお店に尾道の商品を置かせていただいているんですよ。せっかくなのでブログに載せる道夫くんの写真をここで撮らせていただければと思いまして。
そういうことか。ったくちゃっかりしてんな。分かったよ。
じゃあすみませんがよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。では私は早速ブログを更新してきますんで、春日さんまたお会いしましょう。
ああ、頑張れよ。
Hiryu totally got roped into the Onamichio like 3 times.
ってところか。あれ、この着ぐるみどうしたらいいんだ。
あ、道夫くんだ。遊ぼう。抱っこして。
おーノー。
Oh no. The classic catchphrases. Oh no. Okay. All right. Where's our next destination? This might be Konoha. Konoha. Saeko's sister? Oh no, what else could it be? It's not the Soji thing. The Soji thing is in front of the station. Oh no, this is the traffic foot traffic counter guy who has a what you call it, carpal tunnel from clicking from his clicker counter, and we have to help him click counter. Yes, RSI. Yes, tendinitis. You know? Sorry, not carpal tunnel. Tendinitis. You know?
おいおい、無理すんなよ。そんなに痛いんなら休んだ方がいいんじゃねえのか？
バイトを雇ったんだが、ドタキャンされてしまってね。休むわけにもいかないんだ。
Osu problems.
おいおい、相当ヤバそうじゃねえか。あれだったら救急車呼ぶか？
いや、数取りさえ押さなければなんともないからそれは結構だ。しかし代わりのバイトもなかなか見つからないし、近頃の若者は交通量調査のような地味なアルバイトやりたがらないからな。
Yeah, since you're starting Yakuza 3, Yakuza 3 is the only Yakuza game that has over 100 sub-stories. I think it was 113 or something. That's the shortest MSQ though.
なんだそれ？
何？君は交通量調査を知らないのかね？
聞いたこともねえな。調査っていうからには難しいのか？
何？簡単さ。
Some of them are really good.
道行く人や横切る。
Oh, and the 113, a good majority of them are not serialized sub-stories. They go on. There are a lot of them.
で、どうやって数えんだ？
交差点の脇に座ってそこを通るものをこれでカウントするんだよ。
Alright.
どういうことだ？
例えば車を数えるとするだろう。
おい、大丈夫かよ？
なんとかこんな感じで車が通ったらカチッとこれを一回押す。
It's these scenes. I think sub-stories, in my personal opinion, sound better in English. Because English is incredibly campy. Like the way like this type of silly slapstick humor, it really works well in English. Like he sounds like a pep in English. And he acts like a pep. But there are some standout Japanese people. Ikari sounds like a pep. And I really love it because it stands out so much. He's so eccentric. But the girl is kind of cute. Like that tour guide is kind of cute and delicate, and she seems very humble and shy in Japanese, but in English she sounds very scatterbrained, which is kind of the impression you get. And Casca sounds a lot friendlier. He's always very serious in the Japanese version.
わかったかい？
おう、要は何かが通ったらそれを押せばいいんだな。
その通り。バッチリじゃないか。じゃあルールがわかったところで。
This guy had I remember this guy's English voice. No, the English version, incredibly friendly. But he's almost like ditzy friendly. Like he's like he's basically Coffers, to be honest. Anyways, this guy I remember had a like a New Yorker accent to him. The guy who voiced this person had like clearly came from the Northeast.
早速交通量調査をやってみよう。
おいおい、ルールは覚えたけどよ、まだやるなんて一言も言ってねえぞ。
そんなカウントしたくて仕方ないのに、痛みのせいでできない哀れな私の前でそんなことを言うのかい。頼むよ、生かしたパーマくん。痛みが増してきた。座りながらできるし、時給も高いよ。
The guilt play. The guilt play.
やってみるか。
本当かい？いやー、助かるよ。君、名前は？
春日一番だ。
春日くんか。いい名前だね。私は未知の調べ。この辺で30年間道路交通量調査をやってきたんだ。
30年？そいつは相当なベテランだ。
30 years, man. 30 years.
カウントさせたら右に出る者はいない。ミスター交通量調査と同僚たちから呼ばれているよ。
おっさん、そんなにすげえのか。
今となってはこんな手だけどね。
でもよ、そんなにひどい腱鞘炎になるってことは、交通量調査ってのは実はかなり力がいるのか。
いや、力がいる仕事ではないよ。ただこの辺は交通量が多くてね。せわしなくカチカチしなくちゃならないんだよ。
Wait, that's what his name means? Huh.
でも春日君は見たところ、私より丈夫そうだから体の心配はいらないと思うよ。へ
え。じゃあとにかくひたすらカウントすればいいってことか。
ああ、そうさ。この数取り機をひたすら押す地道な作業が計画や建設に役立つんだ。
たまに座ってカチカチやってる奴らはそのための交通量調査員だったってわけだな。
そうとも。あれは車の種類やどんな人が通ったかをカウントしているんだよ。調査員が集めたデータをいろんな企業や団体が利用して街がどんどん発展していくんだ。
へえ、初めて知ったぜ。
では早速練習してもらおうと思うんだが、準備はいいかね？
ああ、いつでもいいぜ。
頼もしいね。じゃあ練習を始めるよ。はじめはお手並み拝見ということで、15秒間で男性が何人通り過ぎたか数えてもらおうかな。
通り過ぎる男の数か。やってみるぜ。
Name puns. You gotta appreciate it, you know?
なるほど。
へえ。
They reuse quite a few character models for like stand-in people, so yeah, it could very well be the same character model. $10K for counting. Okay. It's not over yet. Not over yet. We gotta go back. And I help him out again. And again. And again.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I forgot what we're counting. I don't remember what we're counting. I think it's just females. Oh, yeah. Whoops. Must have been 7.
なるほど。
Dang, that would suck. If your census data is inaccurate. True. We go again.
な
ありがとう。
あ。おお。
Yippee.
なるほど。
I think it was 5 and 6.
ありがとう春日君。完璧だね。それじゃあ今日の謝礼だよ。
Money.
それにしても、ずいぶん賑やかで指が疲れ
Hey, you gotta have like safeguards, you know?
たぜ。
この辺りは
Redundancy.
昔からいろんな人が行き交うからね。数えるのは大変だが、なかなか面白いだろう。だから私はここの交通量調査が好きなんだ。
今までは気にしたことなかったけど、よく見ると面白い街だよな。
それにしても春日君、驚いたよ。まさかこんなに早く成長するとは。
ミスター交通量調査の教え方がうまかったんじゃねえか。
ありがたいね。
But he did it for 30 years. Joshing. You gotta back off.
どうやら私の目は確かだっ
Have
た
you
ようだ。
done anything for 30 years?
春日君がいれば
Yeah, I
安
thought
心して
so.
引退できるな。
何言ってんだよ、未知のおっさん。
I know.
まだ
Low
まだ
blow,
平
low
気だろ。
blow.
それがね。私の
Oh,
腕は
Ichiban?
ただの
Oh yeah,
検証
fair
員じゃ
enough.
ない
Yeah,
ようなんだ。
he only clicked like 11 times.
どういうことだよ。
痛みと腫れだけじゃなくてね、しびれも取れなくて、もう数取り機を使うのはやめろとお医者さんから止められてしまったんだ。
そんな。
何？心配はいらないよ。これからは現場リーダーとして下の世代に仕事を教えていきたいんだ。春日君。
It's okay. Costco runs away from this one too, just like the animal circus one.
それはまあ地味なのに意外と難しくて、気づいたらムキになっ
It
ちゃう。
happens very often in this game.
そうだろう。地味で地道な仕事なんだよ。
Just slide on
毎
out.
日こうやって
A
数
light
取り
way.
機を押すことで
Sometimes
少し
not.
ずつ景観が
Sometimes
変
just
わって
run
いくの
out,
を見
run
ると
away.
胸が熱くなるんだ。だからこれからは自分が楽しんだ分、後継者にこの面白みを伝えられたらいいなと思ってるんだよ。
じゃあ俺がその第一号ってわけか。
そういうことになるね。私が困っている時に助けてくれて、春日君には本当に感謝してるよ。
こっちこそいいバイトさせてもらったぜ。後継者って言われるには荷が重すぎるけどよ。
そうだ。春日君、これを。
It's alright. It's kind of cold there right now. It's in the middle of January.
それは
He'll be-
私の意思を
he'll be
継ぐ者に
fine.
渡そうと思っていた私のお古なんだ。
意思を継ぐ？
何？重く捉えなくてもいいさ。春日君は生徒第1号ってことで、その記念品だよ。
そうなのか。じゃあ遠慮なく受け取っとくぜ。
もし私が若者の監修ができなくなった
Actually, it
ら、
might be the beginning of
その
January.
時は仕
Plus
事を
or
引き継いで
minus
もらう
like
かも
5
しれない
days.
けどね。
え？
おっと、休養を思い出した。
おい、待てよおっさん。
I think.
この仕事を継ぐ気はねえぞ。
Maybe not,
なんだって
actually.
それじゃバイビー。
That's what you get for wearing armor.
だく、なんだってんだよ。だが交通量調査員、なかなか深い仕事だぜ。こういう地味な仕事がこの町を支えてるのかもな。
There it is. All right. Who's next? Who's the closest? Oh, we're going back to Ikari and his vocational school.
なんか一杯引っ掛けたい気分だな。
ああ、ビール飲みてえな。
俺はワインがいいな。今の時期は白ワイン
Oh
がうまい
yeah.
んだ。
へえ。
This one.
足立さん、ワインに詳しいんだな。
まあな。若い頃はソムリエになろうか考えてたこともあるんだ。
He wanted to be a sommelier at one
一
point.
口飲むと止まんなくなってな。必ず最後はベロンベロンになって味がわからなくなっちまうんだ。
そりゃ無理だわ。体は万
The classic. I wanted to be a sommelier, but I got drunk. All right. We gotta go to, oh, this is the, what is this in the vocational school? It's not the romance thing. Oh, it deals with Ikari, but I don't remember.
お疲れ様です、春日社長。
おいおい、それやめてくれよ。普通に今まで通り接してくれって。
さようですか。ではお言葉に甘えて。やあ、春日君。
お前、まだここに通うのか？
ああ、
Oh, this is just a wrap up for his thing, the storyline.
ライフワークだし、就活がどうなろうとやめるつもりはないよ。それに愛する人もいるしね。
いかりさん、何か言いましたか？
Miyakushi, yeah.
No problem, no comment, no speaking.
This is the voice actor I'm talking about. He's more in line with English voice actors. He's the standout for the Japanese voice actors because Japanese males tend to be in the box, very serious.
それに僕がここにいた方が春日君も便利だろう。資格のことについて聞けなくなったら困るだろうし。
おう、助かるぜ。じゃ、これからもサポートよろしくな。
言われなくてもそうするさ。ダチを助けるのは
You're my boy, boo.
当たり前だろ。
Cosbro? Dude, we can call them the Kazi brothers. Asuka and Kazuma? The Kazi brothers? Super Kazi brothers? Alright. Sorry. I couldn't resist. Alright. It's Shoji time. Which is a throwback, because Shoji shows up. Justice Kazi and Judgment Kazi, yeah. Shojis are a throwback to Yakuza 6. The JK combo.
こいつが新型掃除か。
There it is.
その通り、出来たてほやほやの新型掃除なのじゃ。たまげたろ、たまげたろ。
話には聞いてたな。
That's 1 million yen down the drain.
外で走らせるのは初めてなのじゃが、なかなかの迫力じゃろ。名前はお掃除丸じゃ。
Sojimaru.
お掃除丸。そのまますぎねえか。
これからお掃除丸は伊勢崎偉人町のランドマークになるのじゃぞ。親しみやすい名前ほどベターじゃろ。
まあ、
Literally giant rumba.
親しみやすさは大事か。
では今からテストも兼ねてお掃除丸の機能を披露したいのじゃが、今時間はあるかね。
Self-aware, man. RGG is very self-aware.
そうか。では早速テスト運転を始めるぞ。お掃除丸テストモードカモン。
お待たせしました。起きた博士。テストモード開始します。
しゃべった。
こんなの序の口じゃぞ。
ちょいと見とれよ。お掃除丸、私の今日の運勢を占っておくれ。
ついていない一日です。飼い犬に手を噛まれるでしょう。
ありゃまあ、カメタの餌やりの時は気をつけるとするかの。ではお掃除丸、今日の気候はどうじゃ。
Nah, this guy cut corners, man. This guy cut corners.
羽織物があるといいですね。
確かに肌寒いな。ではお掃除丸、コーヒーを入れておくれ。
はい、どうぞ。温まりますよ。
Casca just
すげえ
steps back.
お掃除丸、何でもできるじゃねえか。
そうじゃの。いろんな機能を森に盛り込んだのじゃぞ。この他にもマッサージアームが内蔵してあって、低周波マッサージモードもあるのじゃ。すごいじゃろ。すごいじゃろ。ではこのままお掃除丸の吸い込み機能を試してみるぞい。
Her suction
お掃除丸、
of
クリーンアップ
capability. Suction.
開始します。センサー起動完了。お掃除丸、吸います。
おお、こんなでかいもんが吸えんのか。すげえぞお掃除丸。
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
お掃除丸の手にかかれば、祭りやハロウィン、サッカーの試合の後の街でもきれいさっぱりなのじゃぞ。
皆さんのためにお掃除丸、頑張ります。
こいつが熱心に掃除してるとこ見たら、ポイ捨てもしにくくなるかもな。
It's
そうじゃろ。
you know?
では最後に絶賛開発中である禁断のハイパワーモードを見せてやるのじゃ。
禁断の外で走らせんのも初めてなのに、そんな嫌な予感がする機能使っていいのかよ。
研究室でのテストは980回成功しているのでもったいないと思われるのじゃ。
まあそれなら大丈夫か。
では行くぞい。お掃除丸、ハイパワーモードカモン。
お掃除丸、ハイパワー。
Yeah, there's a paradox with having convenience enable human complacency. That happened. There are so many examples in human history. Oh no, Michio.
音をするが動かねえじゃねえか。
おかしいの。不調の時はちょっとこの辺をセリ。
お掃除丸、ハイパワーモード、モードドド開始。
なんだ、どうしちまったんだよ。変な音楽も流れてんぞ。
That chime though.
お掃除丸が暴走した。ちなみにこれはマッサージモード使用時に流れるヒーリングミュージックじゃ。
まあ確かに安らぐ感じの曲だが。って今はそんなことどうでもいい。なんで暴走なんかしてんだよ。980何回テストに成功してるとか言ってたじゃねえか。
すまんが蹴りどころが悪かったようじゃ。
あ、俺の財布。ああ、大事な金が。嘘だろ。おい、どうしてくれんだこの野郎。やめるのじゃ。乱暴反対なのじゃ。
3、さあ、じ、どどどどど、対象物発見。
Preparing to suck.
ついに行きます。
おい、掃除丸、わしじゃ。すーな。
Stop sucking.
緊急停止ボタンを。
今、ついに行きます。この泥棒猫、その魚返しな。
ニャンコ、ばあちゃん、それに近づくな。
Yeah, Lord Shrubs. He's calling Lord Shrub as in like his punch perm. Oh, because I skipped the non VO'd version parts. The professor refers to his hair. He's Lord Shrubs. His hair is a shrub.
今、ついに行きます。
なんつう地獄絵図だ。
ついに行きます。今、ついに行きます。
くそ、こうなったら無理 止めるしかね
Ah, the soothing chime.
早くわしらを出してくれ。さっき緊急停止ボタンとか言ってたな。それはどこにあんだい？お掃除丸の底にある蓋を開けて暗証番号を入力し、マイナスドライバーでネジを外すと使い棒が出てくるので、そこを。アホか。緊急時に押すもんがなんでそんなとこにあんだよ。
アホか。
力ずくで壊しちまうがいいな。わしの可愛いお掃除丸が。しかしこうなったら仕方ないのじゃ。だがもじゃこ、むやみにボディを殴るでないぞ。アタッチメント部分を攻めるのじゃ。アタッチメント？なんだそりゃ。お掃除丸のボディは米軍も採用しとる特注カーボン製じゃ。まともにやっても歯が立った。コーヒーなどを出す左右の蓋部分が脆いので、そこをせめてほぐってやってほしいのじゃ。さっきコーヒーを出してた左右の蓋だな。わかったぜ。さて。
Alright.
なめんなよ。勝てると思ってる？さて、痛い目に合わせますよ。
Yeah, military grade armor, you know? Appropriate. Sorry, Dojimaru.
博士、後ろの方の蓋が開いたぞ。いいぞもじゃこ、チャンスなのじゃ。そこから心臓部のバッテリーを叩けるぞ。
Her heart, I mean, her battery. I don't know about her heart being her battery, but you know. Yeah, definitely took it out on traffic cone there. Unnecessary roughness.
俺の番ね。はい、派手に行こうか。でなめんなよ。
クリーンアップついに行きます。
やめたまにやらせますよ。
I want to see this in IRL. It probably already exists, you know? Maybe not that particularly big, but big enough.
Hmm. なんだ？お掃除丸が大魔王みたいなこと言ってるぞ。ハイパワーモードじゃ。もじゃこ、気をつけろ。はいはい。ハイパワーモードのさらに上を行く隠しモードじゃ。念のため裏コード搭載してたんじゃが、殴られすぎて勝手に実行されてしまったようじゃ。なんでお掃除ロボットに裏コード仕込むんだよ。裏目に出てしまったのじゃ。私の番ですね。
We don't get a refund for this, you know? No refunds.
かかってきなさい。
No refunds. You like that? The 4 stances?
もじゃこ、
Yeah, those are the four stances. Yeah, it's supposed to be a reference to Judgment, which is the game that came before this. Yeah, Yagami's stances. Yeah, the in between Yakuza 6 and Yakuza Like a Dragon, Judgment came out.
って聞いちゃったが、大変な目にあったのじゃ。
そいつはくれてやるよ。お互い大変だったね。
Yeah,
実用化への
it's
道
on
は
the
まだ
docket.
まだじゃな。
I'm getting
しか
close.
し、お掃除丸の課題が判明したぞ。帰ってまた修正するのじゃ。
They always pay out, you know. The longer you play, it's like, we got you. For all you longtime fans, we got your fan service.
分が座れたってのに、ずいぶん立ち直りが早いな。
手塩にかけた大切な子じゃからな。目に入れても座れてもへっちゃらなのじゃ。むしろゴミの立場になって物事を考えられるいい経験になったのじゃ。
天才と変態は紙一重なんだな。
それと投資の謝礼じゃけども、利益を出すにはまだまだかかりそうなのじゃ。
だろうな。
だから代わりと言ってはなんじゃが、もじゃこうにはお掃除丸をいつでも破格の値段でレンタルしてやるのじゃ。
レンタル？
宴会芸とかで役に立つじゃろ。他にもコンサルタント AI も搭載しておるでな。きっと役に立ってくれるぜ。では私は早速研究室に戻るのじゃ。もじゃこ、感謝感謝なのじゃ。
俺の方こそある意味貴重な体験ができたぜ。
I can't tell if you're a genius or person. Suck.
応援よろしく頼むのじゃ。アディオス。
Suck. Made a suck machine. Come on. Nah, it's probably referring to that he loves the machine like a baby.
なんか忘れてるような。あ、俺の財布座れたまんまじゃねえか。待ってくれ。
The cat lost its fish. I swear that's the same cat. It's always the same cat. Like in this game you have to go through ropes to reunite a cat with a part-time hero, and at the same time that cat was the same cat that showed up in the animal circus thing, and then that's the same cat with the fish. I swear it's the same cat. Yep, pleasure of... There's a lot of puns in this. There's a lot of potential punning. Freaking cat. What was this? Oh, this is kimchi thing. This is a super kimchi. We won't be able to hear this, I think. So this girl is really shy. Oh no, this is the donation girl. So she's collecting donation for her brother's surgery, because it's really expensive. So she just, this is a throwback to Matchstick Girl that's been carried for like the donation plot sub-story has been carried for like, I would say 4 or 5 of the 8 games.
ごめんね、急いでいるんだ。
If only someone, yeah, Nishiki, yeah. That's okay, Nishiki's giving back now. He's right there. He's standing right there. Asuka is Nishiki's spirit reincarnated. If his life was different, you know? If things happened differently. You can't donate 1 million. Just so you know, Just so you know, Joshing, you just nailed what actually ends up happening.
募金してもらっちゃった。
そういえば
This
さっ
one
き
was
見
a
てたけ
really
ど
good storyline. It was a
う
really
まくいっ
good
てないみたい
sub-story.
だな募金活動。
はい、そう
It
なん
went
です。
super long.
頑張って声をかけてもみんな行っちゃって。
まさか一人でやってんのか？両親は？
手術のお金が必要だから、お父さんやお母さんは遅くまでお仕事してて。
そっか、大変なんだな。
だからお父さんやお母さんが来れない分、私が頑張らないと。それに
The buttheads.
恵まれない子供たちのためにどうか募金を。
募金お願いします。
募金しちゃいます。
ありがとうございます。あの人たちは私と違って見ず知らずの子供たちのためにみんなでお金集めてるんです。それってすごいことだと思います。だから私ももっと頑張らないと。
そうか。偉いな、お嬢ちゃんは。ちょっと場所を変えるか。闇雲に話しかけてもうまくいかないだろう。
There are quite a few Ace Attorney references.
少しだけ手伝ってやるよ。
ありがとうございます。私、めぐみって言います。おじさんは？
俺は春日だ。じゃあちょっくらいい場所を。
Like opportunities. Like I know you're making an Ace Attorney reference, but there are actually Ace Attorney references in this game. Or not specifically in this game, but in across the games. I don't know if you picked up on some of them. One was really obvious. Objection? No, you know what? No, they didn't do the objection thing. I mean, they did sort of. They did the pointing thing. That coincides with objection. Popular eatery. Let's go. It works out. No worries. The owner comes out and it's like, the owner comes out and was a little suspicious, but then Kasuga explains her situation, and then he warns them about possible scammers, which are those other people that they flashed. That's what happens. There. And then we're gonna come back and check on her later. It takes a little distance. What was this one? Oh, this is Ilyujin. This is Ilyujin. So Ilyujin is trying to make a comeback. So Ilyujin got caught up in a scandal. He tried to defend his manager, who happens to be a female manager, and someone was sussing her up. And then Ilyujin's like, nah, she's not for sale. Basically. And yeah, the Korean megastar that showed up a couple times. Yeah, you get to take him around town as Kiryu in the first in Kiwami. It's Kiwami 2, I think. And he shows up again in Yakuza 3. Then he kind of disappears. But now he's fallen on rough times. So he got caught up in a scandal because he didn't want to objectify his female manager by selling out to a bigger producer. And that producer had a lot of influence. So he used his clout to bury Ilyujin. And then Ilyujin hit rock bottom, and then he became like a drunkard and all that. And Kasuga, basically Kasuga light a fire under his butt, sort of, like in a very caring way. And then over the course, they met a fan that loves Ryujin, and it turns out there's a lot of fans, older fans that want to see him come back, and he finally sobered up and he wants to make a comeback thing. But meanwhile, there's this guy who's a journalist who's trying to use his journalistic skills to write a expose on Ryujin. But turns out, Asuka shows up, explains what happened to Ryujin, and Ryujin gets exonerated. And so this guy ends up using his journalism, his what do you call it, his column or his magazine or his report to write a touching story about Ryujin. And then that's... And then we call out. And then we intervene. We bop him a few though. We bop the guy still, so violence. Knock some sense into him. Haruka defeated people with love, so
春日さん、いいんですよ。このことは当事者しか知らないことです。
でもよ、マネージャーの女。確かにあのプロデューサーは女に関しては悪い話ばかりだった。考えてみれば、金で揉めたという話自体、あの男が自分で言い出しただけで。じゃあ、あんたは本当に自分のマネージャーを守るために廃業に追い込まれる状況になっても、ずっとその女性のために何も言わなかったと？
鈴木さん、一つお願いがあります。今の話は他言無用です。間違ってもマネージャーだった子を探し出して世に出すようなことだけはしないでください。もしもそうなったら、私はあなたを死んでも許さない。
あなたのその目、どうやら女性を守ろうとしたって話は本当のようですね。三流は私の方か。確かにあの事件のことはろくに調べないで報道の内容を勝手に信じていました。本当に情けない。
He deleted the photos that incriminated Ryujin because Ryujin was a bad customer. He was drunk and he threw a fit, and that's where the pictures were about.
もうデータはありません。
そうか。春日さん、今日は本当にありがとうございました。
Here's the music again.
大したことはしてねえし気にすんない。それよりあんたの
second cheer up
ありがとうございます。ですが、理由はどうであれ、問題を起こしてしまったことは事実です。それをなかったことにして先へ進むつもりはありません。この町の人たちにも迷惑をかけてしまいました。私のこれまでの行い一つ一つをしっかりと受け止めて、これからお返ししていければと考えています。そしてまた、一人でも多くの人たちに感動を与えられるような役者を目指します。
まあこの間のファンみたいにあんたの演技で元気づけられる人は多いだろうし、しっかり頑張んな。
はい、これは少ないですけど感謝の気持ちです。受け取ってください。
Oh, this is the second bullet of memory for Anjogi. Oh, and then here comes silver lining thing. I love these silver lining things.
お前何のつもりだ。
心配はいりませんよ。私は竜様の第一歩を取っただけですから。なんだか久しぶりにいい写真が撮れた気がします。新しい一歩を踏み出そうとする一人の役者のね。たまにはスキャンダルじゃなくて人の背中を押すような記事を書くのもいいですね。ほう。イリュージョン電撃復活。長い沈黙を破り決意のリスタートを宣言なんてどうでしょう。
いいんじゃねえ
か。改めて彼に取材を申し込もうと思います。もちろん事件の真相を書くような野暮な真似はしませんが、あんなにまっすぐな顔を見せられちゃ
The town hero.
確かにな。それじゃいい記事期待してるぜ。
That armor though.
サインもらっておけばよかったな。
Oh yeah, there was a little bit about an autograph. That's his poster of his old movie. And then we get him as a pound mate.
そういえば足立さんって休みの日。
Oh yeah, this one's funny. Adachi's hobbies.
俺は趣味でガーデニングやってんだ。ベランダにちっちゃい畑作ってな。水や肥料をやって育ててんだよ。
He likes
収
gardening.
穫したもんをつまみに酒を飲むのが最高でな。
あら、いいわね。
それって楽しいの？だって肥料とか撒いてちまちま育てるより買った方が早くない？時間やお金がかかるだけにしか思えないんだよね。
自分で育てて収穫することに意義があるのよ。ねえ、足立さん。
確かに買った方が楽だな。俺は今まで無駄な時間を。
足立さん流されないで。ちゃんと
Freaking
育ててあげて。
Jiao gaslighting.
俺？盆栽だけど。
こいつ。
開ける気がしねえな。
Chinese pragmatism. Like making a point but never insisting on that you actually follow those points. I love it. Jiao's like a fantastic character. His lines are great. And he hits really hard because he does the whole Chinese thing. Like it touch upon a lot of like Chinese value stuff. It's nice to have a like the cast in this game is incredibly eclectic because of the way JRPGs work. It allows you to have a lot of different characters. Oh yeah, okay, so this is the girl I was thinking of. She's super shy, her senpai is leaving, and she loves her senpai, but she doesn't have the courage to approach her senpai to tell him how much she loves her. I mean, she loves him, and we gave her incredibly spicy miracle kimchi that lights her fire, literal fire, into her stomach, and then she tells her senpai, and it all works out. Because it's part of a long series of miracle kimchi. Basically, it all started with a woman that can't, grandmother, like an old lady who can't cross the street, but then we encountered an old man who can't sell kimchi. He gave us a super hot kimchi, and it makes people run. And we bumped into a runner who can't seem to run faster, so we fed him miracle kimchi. And now we're about to feed her miracle kimchi. We're skipping this because there's no, it's a mid sub-story. Only the beginning and end of a sub-story chain has VOs. So we give her the kimchi.
Oh.
And she just skyrockets and confronts her senpai. And they fall in love. Or they don't really fall in love. They were already in love. Yes. The Mega Miracle Delish Kimchi, yes. So cool that they can talk to people who aren't physically present. Oh yeah, true. JRPG, you know? You can't have a JRPG without having all your teammates with you. You know? You know? There's actually... Kasuga actually runs around with a posse of 7 people. But imagine just strutting down everywhere with 7 people. Freaking entourage. This is Kuroi. Kuroi is he's a homeless guy who fell infatuated with a soup kitchen lady. So he's doing all he can to earn enough money to get new clothing and get cleaned up so that he can ask her out. And so he's spending his extra time passing out pocket tissues. Or like, they're nothing. And then everyone made, there was some strife. Some people made fun of him for being hopeless, but he's a hard worker, so it's endearing. You know? Where do you get that miracle kimchi? Dude, I want some kimchi so much. My parents don't like spicy things. I love kimchi. Freaking, it's not very cost effective though here. It's quite... Ah! Oh no. The game is cursed. Oh no. Cannot compute. Okay, so this is oh, I forgot the guy's name. So this is the baseball player. He has a scumbag of a manager to tell this guy to win at any cost. And what he did was he slide tackled into his friend on the opposing team and injured him. And then he quit. You know? So, and then now we're supposed to confront him about it. Oh, his name was Anzai. And basically he reveals that he's a guy that is taking on the blame, but there's more to it because his manager's a scumbag. So we resort to violence. No, I'm just kidding. These are guys that were beating up on him because Anzai got a bad rep for doing what he had to win the game. Yeah, that lady's car proof, don't worry. It's all good. So we help him out, right? We explain that we know his friend and that his friend doesn't blame him, but he blames himself. So we go out of our way to figure out where the heck his oh yeah, his friend's name is Hanayama. And we try to track down his manager because his manager is the Seuss. It keeps...
ここは昔馬がよく通ってた道らしいぜ。白い馬も結構歩いてたとか。
へえ。じゃあ白馬に乗った王子様ってのも本当にいたかもしれねえな。
Says the person wearing the armor.
いるわけねえだろ、そんなやつ。
うわ、モテなさそうな発言。
いや、今も案外いるかもしれないぜ、王子様。
え？
白馬の王子なんて今風に言えば。 外車に乗った都合のいいイケメンみたいなもんだろ。
Fancy foreign cars.
半順儀がいい車乗りゃ完成するぜ。
Yeah, Hanjogi. Basically Hanjogi.
待ってください。私はそんなに都合よくありませんよ。
イケメンは否定しないんだ。
負ける気がしねえな。
Been on that road even in the 80s, saw no horses. I don't know what... I'm actually really kind of curious what old Japan looks like. Like, if they did a thing where they show what, this is the Kanagawa area. In Yokohama, right? Oh, this one is sad as heck. Oh man, Kaede. This is the beginning of Kaede's sub story. I don't think I'm not sure if Ishin took place in Yokohama, like the first Ishin. It might have taken place in where like the present day Kamurocho was. But it would be cool if what they do is they mirror the locations, right? In Ishin and just show the different areas in feudal Japan. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh.
The game series I played the most when it comes to like old time Japan was like Tokugawa, the war between the East and the West, the Civil War, more or less, and then Nobunaga's stuff. Those are the most that I've ever played in terms of video games that tangentially relate to the old shogunate periods.
確かにそうだな。
Street foods, yeah.
私、遠野楓って言います。
Oh, this is such a sad one. This one cuts really deep. It's called Forget Me Not.
楓ちゃんだっけ？悪いんだけど、俺ら前に会ったことあったっけか？
This was one of the last ones I did in English.
私がカムロ町で不良たちに襲われそうになっているところを助けてもらったことがあって。
She looks like Renoa in her white dress in that one scene when Squall and Renoa was taking place in like the formal, the academy formal, the Balam Garden formal. Probably. That's the only time she was wearing a different outfit. When they danced. It's also when lots of the memes happen, but they Squall and Renoa danced in the hall. You haven't reached that part though? Oh, that's weird. And I have no idea. Wait, you started playing Final Fantasy VIII? You haven't. Okay, I don't know who you might be thinking of. The closest thing I can think of is when Renoa is dressed in white, because they go to the formal at some point. But I don't remember any other character that would resemble her.
いいんです。本当昔のことですから。
ああ、悔しいな。こんな可愛い子助けてたんなら忘れるわけねえんだ。
Renoa, but in Squall's dream at the start. Oh.
私なんて全然
Oh,
可愛く
okay,
ないで
that's
すよ。
fair.
でもずっとお礼を言いたいと思っていたんです。あの時はちゃんと言えなかったから。
随分と律儀な子だな。でも楓ちゃんもカムロ町に。
Oh, I guess I've been saying it. Oh man, I've gotten so used to pronouncing Final Fantasy games. I don't even know if Renoa is supposed to be Japanese or not. Or is it supposed to be Renoa? Which is because the Final Fantasy series, right? After when it moved to Final Fantasy 7 and 8, most of them are like westernized JRPGs. So all their names are like multinational, like Questus, Squall, and whatnot. Oh, it's Heart Lily? Oh, so it is Renoa. Yeah, Renoa Heart Lily. That's right. True. I forgot their last name. Squall Lionheart. What was Squall's like adversary? What was his name? Seaford? No. I forgot what the dude, the bully, the freaking bully guy name was. Zeal was his sidekick. Zeal something. I don't remember their last names. Or Zell, sorry. Zell. I think it's like Zell. Oh, Cipher, yeah. Or Cipher, but I think it's Cipher because a different localization. Yeah, man. I haven't played through I'm gonna probably try to do a legacy run through Final Fantasy at some point. Way down. Yeah, it's Cipher. Yeah, I know it's Cipher in Japanese. but I'm pretty sure it's Seaford in just the localization of the name. Kind of like Siegfried, as opposed to Siegfried. Siegfried. Actually, I've never heard of Siegfried pronounced by a Japanese voice actor. Not even in Soul Calibur. I haven't heard anyone like bring up the name Siegfried. Or maybe Siegfried? I don't even know how they would go about. How do Japanese people pronounce ELD? Siegfried? Field? Fiedu? Side Fiedu? Something like that. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up now because I don't really understand. Like, for example, in this game, Zhao is Joe, right? So it's basically Joe. Like, Joe. But they say Joe, but obviously in the English one, they say Zhao. But it's really Zhao because there's no way you're ever going to hear my parents pronounce the Z sound. You know? I have no idea what that means. Don't at me. Josh, don't be bringing up freaking Anji. That's how they sell Siegfried? Chiku Frito? Chiku Frito? Chiku Frito. Interesting. Wow, that's really different. Holy heck. Wow. Oh, it's extended eyes? Oh, so there are two eyes. It's an eye with an accent. Listen, you didn't put a bar over the eye, okay? You have no bars over the eyes. Hello? How would I know that? Wow, that's hard to say. Giicufrido? Giicufrido? Frido? Oh my gosh. I got no bars. I can't rhymes. Alright, fair enough. So, a backstory about this sub-story. Kaede is Kasuga meets Kaede, and Kaede talks about how Kasuga rescued her from being assaulted back in Kamurocho. And the only way that could possibly happen was 18 years ago. And Kasuga gets suspicious because, and I was suspicious too, it's like 18 years ago. How the old is she? And she has an illness, and she couldn't go out. So they never bumped into each other again. He didn't leave town. He got imprisoned for 18 years. I mean, technically he left town, I guess. I'm not quite sure. I guess the jail is here. The prison was around Yokohama. So he technically left town. Yeah, that's when he turned himself in.
ああ、無所にいたのは俺の方だったな。
18 years in the clink.
今からすぐ遊びに連れて行っていただけるんですか？もしやることがあるなら私待ってますけど。
No, we're ready to go.
ああ、大丈夫だ。それじゃあ行くか。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
とはいえ、今の若い子はどんなとこで遊んでんだかよくわからないな。
Gotta say first.
どこに行こうか。
Good thing this is my second playthrough in Japanese. Go to a host club? You know, I haven't done this. We went into, oh no. Eventually it means you can only go to the arcade. I actually picked the other choices. It funnels you into the arcade. What they said was if you pick bar, it's too early to go to a bar, basically. And then host club is like MAKU, and that's it. So arcade was the most appropriate choice.
実は私、ゲームセンターって行ったことないんですよ。
え、そうなの？まあ、外に出られなかったっていうなら。
Oh, it's true. It's also too early to go to a host club. That's fair. I think this whole thing was voice. Oh no, this is a voice. So she's gonna ask us to do the UFO catcher. Oh, that's actually back heavy, so it might fall backwards. The hook just, whoa, the freaking catcher just freaked out, dude. Holy, what the freak? It's possessed. Oh no, this the UFO catcher in this one is like it's like meh. No. That's not how this game went. This game doesn't work that way, unfortunately. No. We already did all this stuff. We did it. And then we go and grab a meat. We go and enjoy a like go to the cafe. We head to the cafe. All our personality stuff is maxed out. So in the cafe, we basically in the cafe, Casca asks her what she wants. And he orders something too, but the waitress said like, wait, you want to order something else? It's like, are you waiting for someone? And Casca's like, what do you mean? And then he continued to go about it, but the waiter was really confused, like, who was Casca talking to?
Yeah.
And then now there's these disgruntled people. These disgruntled people who came from the pachinko place, lost their money, and they're gonna jump Casca because Casca is like really weird. Like he looks like a weird target because he's talking to himself. So then he beats up the guys because he thinks the guys are going to attack Kaede. Yeah, this one hit really hard. Like I was not ready for this one. This one hit really hard. That's what they mean by psycho. Because he's been talking to himself the whole time. Or it looks like it.
大丈夫か？楓ちゃん。
春日さん、はい、大丈夫です。また助けてもらっちゃいましたね。あの頃と同じ。やっぱり春日さんは私のヒーローです。
あの頃か。
なんだか暗くなってきましたね。そろそろデートも終わりかな。ねえ、春日さん。最後に行きたいところがあるんです。もう少しだけ付き合ってもらっていいですか？
That was club time. Obviously, it's gonna be at the waterfront at Himataka Park. I think that's the name of the park. I'm so bad at remembering park names.
綺麗ですね。私、こうやって夜景を見ることに憧れていたんです。
確かに綺麗なもんだな。ずっと近くにいたのに気づかなかった。
Sometimes the RGG can make such beautiful vistas.
時間が経ってもこうやってまた会えたんだからよ。
I know it's based on the city, but still, like,
でも
they
私、
nail the camera
病
angle
室からは春日さんのこと
and
よ
the
く
staging.
見てたんですよ。
え、そうなの？
いつも外から春日さんの声が聞こえてきて、最初はうるさいなーなんて思ってたんですけどね。釣り銭返せとか、まだ蜜が食べてるだろうがとか、毎日いろんな声を聞いてました。
昔から閉まらねえな、俺は。
でも窓から外を走り回ってる春日さんを見ていたら、だんだん私も楽しくなってきちゃって、ベッドの上で代わり映えのしない闘病生活だったのが、いつしか私の目は春日さんに釘付けになっていました。春日さんが半袖になったら夏が来たんだな、マフラーを巻いたら冬なんだなって思ったり。
そうか、もっとかっこいいとこでも見せられてたらよかったんだがな。
そのままで十分です。だって私はそんな春日さんのことがずっと好きだったんですから。
いや、だがそんな急に言われても。マジか。
慌てすぎですよ。ねえ、春日さん。私の分もこれからずっと長生きしてくださいね。
ちょっとあんた。夜に何一人で騒いでいるんだ？
ああ、すんません。でも別に一人ってわけじゃ。あれ？
酔っているのか？それなら一緒に交番まで。
いや、悪いな、おまわりさん。大丈夫だ。
そうか？とにかく早めに家に帰るんだよ。
ああ。
Oh, they went to the Prince Circle, by the way.
またいつか会えるよな。
In the arcade, the second thing they did was go to Prince Circle, and the manager was curious what's wrong with Casca because she was not there. It reminded me of like a Chinese ghost story, like a lot of the folk tales of ghost stories, where like when you have unrequited love or unfulfilled things, wishes are granted to those who have like pure of spirit, or like a final send-off to find their closure before they, you know, reach a plane of reincarnation and whatnot. Like she is off to the spirit world now, kind of thing. And a lot of times Japanese mysticism, like in animes and stuff, tend to share these things. Not necessarily unsettled grudges, but, you know, unsettled things that tether them to the plane, right? The whole bucket list idea from the West meets the... It was a really good story. I think the music nailed it. They nailed it. They nailed the staging of that. It's kind of I would have loved to hear the performance. Like, so they didn't do the thing what they did in some of the series where the bigger sub stories have the whole sequence VO'd and performed. In this game, they unilaterally, like, just consistently went for first scene and last scene. But I would love to see, like, that entire scene acted out, because it was incredibly touching. The reason why it stuck out to me so much is the vast majority of the sub stories in this game provides a contrast for New Age. It's a little bit more approachable, so a lot of the sub stories are a little bit more campier, and I actually think there's also an ulterior another reason for that, and that's to provide a dialogue, a form of dialogue that works naturally more for both English and Japanese. And it really does work really well. So they start tackling like subject matters and like humor and stuff that resonates to a larger audience. So pretty much everything shifted in this game to make it really approachable. In fact, I would say if you really want the serious scenes in MSQ to hit harder, English, because everything sounds campy, like up to the seriousness, and then the serious scenes hit really hard. The people that perform in those scenes really go ham, so you get like the big dynamics between the campy humor. Everyone's like a goofball. Lots of people are goofballs, like almost all of them kind of a very goofball-y thing. It kind of reminds me of like the Tales series, where when they translated it into English, or they did English, it felt really natural because everyone's goofballs. They're all buddies. It's way different from you doing like Kiryu Saga stuff, like the soul loner things. So then the Japanese, what happens is... Oh, hey, Smoke, thanks. So in the Japanese version, everyone is super serious, like mostly in the box, but when you hit the eccentric people, like when you do the comedy stuff, the subtlety makes the campy humor so poppy. Yeah, it has been a while. I hope you're doing well. So like all the little humors and smiling phases, that's becomes so accentuated, just like Kiryu. Every time Kiryu gets like a moment of happiness, you know, like if Majima shows up, because Majima's eccentric, right? He's the only character that is eccentric that's out of the box, so he's campy. And every time a campy character shows up, like Akiyama, it draws a gigantic contrast. So they stick out like sore thumbs. So Western audience tends to always remember Akiyama and Majima, and those characters stick out way more. But the serious ones, the serious momentum, it just feels comforting, but it doesn't stand out. Which, by the way, in the English one, the serious ones, they really went hard. The humor was more consistent for the English ones. It felt like they really wrote well. Oh, and also in this game, Judgment was the first game that had both English and Japanese voiceovers. And to repeat this most of the time, they didn't decide on English audio because Kiryu Saga was already solidified in Japan, you know, in Japanese for a really long time. But starting Judgment, it was separated enough from the series that they decided to start this. So this isn't the first game that had both audios. And they've, in the production of these games, they executively decided that the English be written for English, and then the subtitles are written for the English. And in Japanese, they would voice in Japanese and they would translate the meaning of the Japanese. So the two subtitles don't line up. So you're going to have English subtitles for the English lines, and you're going to have English translations for the Japanese lines. And there are very clear moments when they said certain things that are very different. And I love that. But they would double down. It wasn't just... They did that too. Yes. Japanese subtitles for English lines. Yep. Obviously, I don't know anything about that because I didn't turn it on. Or I don't even know if that's an option in the English version, now that I think about it. Let's find out, actually. I'm actually kind of... You brought up a good point. Are there even Japanese subtitles in this game? In this version? Huh. I don't know. That's a good question. The games were localized, though. No, it's not under audio language. Audio language only says Japanese, and because I changed it a bunch of times. And there's no Japanese subtitles. Also, by the way, the game is localized to Sense Judgment. I don't know if this is the case for this game, but Sense Judgment, I think this also includes localization for Italian, like for subtitles, not the voiceovers, but Italian. I want to say German, and one of the few that includes it still includes Russian as well, but I don't remember if there's more. Oh, so yeah, so the subtitles are only in the localization of the game, of the audience. So in a way, I know what you're saying. Oh, it's also in Chinese. I'm pretty sure it's in Chinese and Korean. The one thing I have to say is, though, if there's anyone that might find that a little weird, it's probably someone who lives in the United States. I'm just saying, because of all the places that the target audience would probably have more than one language, probably the United States. Nevertheless, I could not read that, so I can't really comment on Japanese subtitles, even if they were there, because I can't read them. But I would love to hear other languages. That would be interesting, like Korean and Chinese. But they don't do... I don't think they do other tracks. It also is fitting because the next game deals with the Asian American culture, and I'm so excited. I can't wait till 2024. Like, holy heck, I can't wait to see their perspective on Asian American culture. Like from the outside, it's so much. I mean, I'm not gonna shortchange the... This is not the new Yakuza, but this is the newest one before the next one comes out, which is November. Yeah, it's the newest mainline one, and then the next one that comes out in November is the first of the non-mainline one. The trailer when he woke up in Hawaii naked. Is that the one you're referring to? Yeah, Kasuga wakes up on the beach in Hawaii naked. Yeah, it's not the first time he just randomly wakes up in a random place. It's a throwback. Yeah, it's a throwback to what happens to Kasuga. He the start of his journey, he always starts rock bottom. So it's supposed to be a very metaphorical trailer, because when he started this, he started at rock bottom with nothing, but he got shot. Like, he loses everything. So that's kind of his theme. His theme is when you hit rock bottom, you only go up. I don't think they're gonna probably splash. They have been I think it's always going to be Japanese characters in the United States. So, and the target audience has always been the United States. And the history of RGG's like ability to their crew that they make, that they have now, whoever they are, that consistently writes English things for their games are more or less more Americanized. Pretty much most of the English are American English. So American jokes, American idioms, American mannerisms. Those are so they have a lot of experience, and it would be very reasonable for them to continue further into the United States. But from the perspective of Japanese people, because their characters are still largely Japanese, but my hot take is there might be a chance that there will be a Japanese American in the cast, and I really want to know what they decide to do with the Asian. What do they do with Asian Americans? Because personally, that is something very important to me that I could empathize. In terms of Hawaiians, so Hawaiian Americans, right, or Americans in Hawaii, they tend to be Pacific Islanders, like many of Pacific Islander origins. So it can be any of those. Just by coincidence, I have exposure to like Samoan culture at like firsthand, and like Maori in New Zealand, and my parents are Chinese, and I'm an otaku, so I wouldn't be playing this game if I wasn't an otaku, generally speaking. And Filipinos and Vietnamese people are the neighbors in the area of the United States I usually am. So a lots of Asian American things. And there aren't any games that I'm familiar with personally that has ever tackled culturalism, modern culturalism, that has anything to do with multinational Americans. So like this is the GOAT for me. Like this would be the first, and I don't think there are any other developers that would, in my opinion, be brave enough to do this. Let's hope you can't get something wrong if it comes from the perspective of Japanese. Like this is Japanese culturalism's view on Asian Americans. So thinking that culturalism perspective can be wrong or right is the reason why these games are not possible. And I'm glad that they're taking the braveness, but that there's no wrong or right in culturalism. So it's not a possibility to me. So if you're not a multicultural person, it could seem like it can go wrong. Again, it applies to people who are homocultural. That's fine. But I'm making a comment about how their perspective is that they're going to reflect on something people can't know. Those people who think it's wrong or right, they can't possibly know what's wrong or right because they are probably not multicultural people. So they wouldn't be interested in this if they think it's wrong. Yeah, so I don't know how to express it anymore, but just having that phrasing means that, and also Joshing's joking, obviously, but if you're phrasing it that way, then it just means that you have a culture that believes that there's a wrong and right of expressing people's lenses, which is weird. I mean, it kind of tells me a lot about your background. But to me, I'm always going to be a fan because it's great to see other people's take on Americans. And like CDPR's Phantom Liberties that's coming out, that opinion, the Polish opinion on a science fiction America is fantastic. It's going to be great. But if you think there's a wrong or right, I'm just going to say as a very lightly that that's inherently prejudicial. If you say so, like I'm not going to contest that's not going to happen, but since you thought of it, right? You're thinking of it and you're expressing it. So therefore you are capable of the same saying. Like you have focus on backlash and you have focus on suggesting an idea, which is very reasonable, but you are thinking it. You otherwise wouldn't say it. That's the nature, right? Like I didn't mention it, but now that you mention it is very reasonable. But you're not saying you're thinking it, but you are. You're thinking it in order to say it. It's kind of I that doesn't make any sense if you didn't thought about it. And I hope they don't get backlash for it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I hope they don't get backlash for it. Absolutely. Yeah. And I hope for me, if they don't get backlash for it, like, you know, if everything goes well, as far as I am aware, they're the only developers that are able to capture modern culturalism while making a game specifically celebrating multiculturalism. Like there aren't any games that actually celebrates it, like actually depicts it. Usually they use it as a backdrop for like violence. And Joshing always jokes about how this game promotes violence, but it really doesn't. Most of the time it just promotes slice of life, you know. So one thing I think hurts this game, or like there's a difference between promoting violence and causing violence. So we want to make that distinction. Promoting violence means the act of exposure of violence, not causing violence. So I think the joke that you're making is probably the people who says video games cause violence, which obviously that's a myth and a psychological bias. However, promoting violence, video games do promote violence, like almost gratuitously, and there are subgenres that use violence as a vehicle of satisfaction. So yeah, so it is true that there are subgenres and genres that promote violence. They don't cause violence, as in like literally cause someone to be violent. Well, it's a sensitive topic, but I've been down like in psychology, a general. We've been down this road before. I saw a meme that said video game cause violence. Also, people in the hundreds burning and hanging people they thought were witches. I mean, sure. That's a really sticky situation, and it's incredibly generalizing something that deals with something else that isn't video games. Yeah, those are not the same people making the claims. even then, there's a lot more to unpack than that. All right, so to generalize wishful thinkings, because I think RGG, I say this a lot on every time I play their games, is that RGG is doing something that if they succeed, they have a non-compete. They have a game that's non-compete with many other games. Like, so they would carve themselves a standardization for themselves, which makes it fantastic because as a fan of this series, they become untouchable, or as long as they can be, I guess, until someone else is brave. So niche is great because there's a current game that just carved out a niche too, and I talked about this yesterday in a stream on the perspective of having a non-compete game for a standard. So they are setting their own standards, and that's Baldur's Gate 3. But that's a video somewhere else. And we're not gonna, it's not relevant to RGG's part. I mean, earlier this year, we had the new Zelda game, right? Tears of the Kingdom. So there are a few games that are running around this year that have non-competes. Basically, they set standards for themselves and they open the doors for imitation, but imitation is set by the person who has the founder's effect. Anyways, RGG, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. I'm always excited to, in my opinion, to see what other people see from the outside or from the inside. I honestly, I still have not seen any. I can't think of a good Asian American like post 2020 modernization game. Like you see a lot of Black American stuff. So like Marvel and stuff, right? Oh, but I have the pleasure of playing Baldur's Gate. Yeah. Isn't that great? Joshing, you can play Baldur's Gate with your friends. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. It's really important to me cuz it's new. And that's so good. It's so good that it's new. And I welcome all the other ones, but it'll be fun. Okay, so this is the girl, Megumi. She's collecting, like now refocusing. So she's collecting donations for her sick brother. And it's going well. Right?
Yo.
Sort of. And then, so she's getting more, but she has a long way to go. And then, the buttheads. The buttheads are here. Oh, she needs to attract more, right? She needs to attract more people. So you are asked to do what? Like you're supposed to improvise. So I usually say listen up. I said listen up last time. We're gonna say yo a UFO and see what happens actually. Cute. 1 billion likes, here I come. That was a social media. That was a social media thing. Oh wait, it was just an airplane. Guess I should have kept. Okay, all right. So wait, there's no UFO. Oh, people are talking about going viral. Not sure what I was thinking. Oh, he just picks the. Okay, he just goes with listen up. He just basically goes with listen up. You know, that's how it works. And then he explains the stuff, and then she gets more donations. We're skipping over the text only things. It's the disappointing UFO. Oh, by the way, the UFO thing is a callback. It's a callback to Yakuza 6 because you literally look for UFOs in Yakuza 6. Sorry, Josh, but there are UFOs. It's fine. She got more donations. It's all good. What? Wait, really? Wait. Are you... Really? Yeah, one of the UFOs on. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right. In Yakuza 0, you can pretend that there's a UFO. Oh, you know what? Then the callback is actually calling back to Yakuza 6, but then Yakuza 6 is calling back to Yakuza 0. Yeah, and had no effect. That's true. Where else did UFO come into? I don't think there's anything earlier. So before that, Yakuza 5? Was there a UFO thing in Yakuza 5? Okay, so here's the deal. I'm not quite sure. Yakuza 0 was the guy that needed to go to the bathroom, right? Was it the street performer in Yakuza 0? Or am I thinking about Yakuza 5? Oh, it's the yeah, so Yakuza 0 is the street performer, the statue guy. Yeah, I don't think there's another UFO reference. That earlier than that. At least I don't think. So, good point. Absolutely good point. Agreed. Okay. It's fine. When we walk away, she's gonna come back. There's like a distance of like 50 meters or something. Wait, Smoke, are you gonna play the new Yakuza game? The new Like a Dragon game? Sorry. The new Like a Dragon Gaiden? Because I'm playing it in November, just saying. No? Okay, because I'm playing it in November. It's a done deal. There's no buts or coconuts about it. I'm gonna put in some serious time with that. If I was gonna play it, I would play it all the others first. Yeah, true. You can join me. I think I'm in my 1,100th hour. Right now, my Yakuza 5 thing is about to eclipse 200 hours. It's gonna be like 210 by the time I'm done. And this game, I also play all the MSQ over twice, 2 or 3 times. So, 2 of the games I played the MSQ 3 times, and then all the other games I played twice, the MSQ. And then it's for 100%. Yeah, for Yakuza 5 is the longest to 100%. There's no contest. Yakuza 5 has the largest variance. Yakuza 0 comes second. Maybe a close second if you're really unlucky. I was super lucky in Yakuza 0. So I clocked in at like 120 hours instead of like 180. The variance is pretty high. On Yakuza 5, I would say it's anywhere from 150 to 250. And we're almost there. I found a potential bug today, and it was like, yeah, I hope it... Yeah. Okay. What was this? What was this sub-story? Oh, this is the scammers. These are the scammers. So, this, you find out that the girl and the guys who were stealing donations or collecting donations that were competing with Megumi, they were using it on themselves. So they're scumbags. Basically, they use the donation money to buy things for themselves. But then you knock some sense into them. You knock some sense into them, right? Pow pow pow. And then you explain Asuka explains to them what Megumi is doing, and they feel bad, and they go help Megumi. Or not help her, but they feel bad, but so they like make amends with Megumi. So don't worry about it. Yakuza is one of those games I would enjoy watching rather than playing. That's fair. I enjoy like Baldur's Gate 3 is a game that I incredibly enjoy like other people play together and watch them play. And I'm yeah, like I do that for most of FromSoft games. Because after one I'm pretty good. Yeah, watch them be goofy. You always throw back, you know. Yakuza or Like a Dragon series tend to do the whole scam, but there's a life story in it, and then there's a wholesome conclusion. It's always nice. I like that. Obviously, life doesn't. Some of them don't end up like that. They have a blend of the whole slice of life stuff. And then now we're back to Megumi.
Yo, Megumi. 浮かない顔だが何かあったのか。
春日さん、いつもあそこでお金集めてた人たち、最近来ないんだ。
Oh no, I don't know. Do I have enough money? No, I have more than $1 million in my pocket, right? I wasn't keeping track. See? She's so pure. Megumi is so pure. Weird staring contest. Yeah, it's such a weird contrast, right? It's a great contrast between the familial romantic familial imagery and values of Yakuza. So they're celebrating like the familial stuff of Yakuza, and then they're bleeding it into the slice of life stuff, and that's it's very adorable. It's kind of like the David and Goliath kind of thing, right? Like there's something that bonds them, but they're like very contrastingly different, and I like that. But then the Yakuza who are kids are like cursed. Yeah, they're so cursed. Like, holy heck, they are so cursed. There isn't what? Is there there isn't a singular character in the Like a Dragon series that isn't an orphan. Right? Is there any character that has a parent? And then it's wait. No. Oh, I think almost all of them were murdered. Every single one of them. And then all their surrogate parents, almost all of their surrogate parents were murdered too. Yeah, so it's so tragic. It's like Shakespeare. It's modern Shakespeare. Oh yeah, we do see both of Haruka's parents die. Indeed. In fact, you're the reason. Kiryu is the reason. Yeah, it's very Shakespearean. So it tugs at the heart of like you expect a Shakespearean death very often. Like the one that hits me the hardest is the game that Joshing is starting to play. Yakuza 3, losing like that one was hard. I actually think Kiryu suffered the most from that one, even though Kiryu does suffer far more losses in the future. That one was exceptionally rough. And they bring it back too. You're still suffering from Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2? That's fair. Kiwami 1, you lose Yumi, right? You lose Haruka's mother and his one and only true pure love that didn't turn into anything. And then Nishiki is lost as well at the same time. Kiryu lost everything in Kiwami 1. So it's kind of like Eddie Moore is like Kiryu is not a real character. I'm just gonna say that out loud. Like he suffered so much trauma, but it's so unrealistic how strong he is. So he's like the GOAT. He's truly a fictional character of grand proportion. Because like, man, he loses everything. And then he loses everything again. Over and over again. It just keeps going. Yeah, it's true. He can block bullets. He can also dodge rockets. He can also dodge RPGs. He actually does it twice. Back-to-back games. Literally just what do you call the thing where like where he just like turns his shoulder, right? What do you call that move? Like it's not like the slow-mo thing. It's just like it's just like, yeah, I see it. And then it just, the anime thing where you just, whoop, yep, there it is. He dodges so many rockets. He also takes rockets to the face, but that's fine. That's a mechanic thing, not a story thing. Yeah, the effortless side dodge is like, nope. He also, Kiryu can take down hundreds of people, Yeah, in the game mechanics. So like, there are you have to fight where situations where RPGs are fired at you, and it is very hard to dodge RPGs. And you take them to the face, but it's not story related. It's just for game mechanics. Yeah, just their splash radius is so gigantic that it's really hard to ignore them. Yep. It's still Kiryu is like, if humans were as robust as Kiryu, both mentally and physically, there are a lot of concerns about that. But at the same time, if we want to look in the good of things, certainly. It sounds very romantic, but man, Casca is really good too. Casca is like the new age. Casca contrasts with Kiryu because he's the friendship guy. Right? So Casca is the friendship guy. Basically, what makes the team work, the team is often always bigger than the sum of their parts. So Casca, party leader. Kiryu is like solo man. He's like live by example. He's a legend. Casca's a leader. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
そういうことだから。じゃあ。
They didn't give her money, by the way. This nasty looking man and the other guy that we beat up didn't give her money, by the way. Shade. She gave me pearl earrings. Like, let's think about that for a moment. This girl is collecting donations for her brother to get surgeries, and she gave me pearl earrings. I know it's a mechanic. We have to ignore the mechanics thing, okay? Like these are JRPG mechanics. It's fine. If she took all their money when you beat them, oh yeah, that's fair. Probably, maybe. Nah, Casca wouldn't rob anyone. Nah. Yeah, it's a mechanic. It's a loot mechanic, right? High grade pearls too, yeah, you know? I mean, the pearls make you heal things better. It's
じゃあ俺はもう行くぜ。頑張れよ。募金か。あまり深く考えたことなかったが、これからどこかで見かけたらまたやってみるか。本当に必要なやつかどうかよく見極めねえとな。
So she has two sub stories. There's a follow-up. So their structure has changed now. The structure has changed now where what they do is the sub stories have multiple chapters. So like it's not always just one-off sub stories anymore. There are serialized sub stories as well. And they focus now more on making those to establish this place. They used to do that, but far more infrequently. Yeah, so they have sub-story chains now, more or less. And that's a great call. Yeah, I have to give them money soon. Don't worry. I beat them so hard they feel compelled to give their money, just like Kiryu. Yeah, technically Kiryu does do that all the time. I mean, you have to admit that he beats people sober all the time, right? Actually, you beat people sober too. Kasuga actually beats people sober. He actually punched Jin so hard he sobered up. And he actually threw up, but that's besides the point. The first thing you do, is that how it works? I don't think that's how it works, but honestly, I could see how pain can sharpen one's senses when they're like in a stupor. I don't know. There might be something to that. I'm not a physiologist or like a toxicologist, so I'm not entirely sure how the sympathetic nervous system works when it comes to processing pain and the influence of alcohol. So I have no idea. It would be interesting to ask a maybe a physician or something. Like theoretically, if someone took a punch to the face, do their senses sharpen from the influence of alcohol? Well, so you can have psychological therapy using negative reinforcement. That is possible. But that would be very like non-ideal, right? We're trying to paint Kiryu as a person that's helping as opposed to being not helping. So imagine if you condition someone to need a beating to sober up. That's very masochistic. Or even sadistic, depending on who you're talking about. Oh, okay. So we got the miracle kimchi, right? So this story, we got the miracle kimchi, and we tested it on a bunch of people. Now I'm making Kasuga sound like he's a sadist. But anyways, so we tested the miracle kimchi. We saved the guy who wants to improve his runtime. So he just basically ate this miracle kimchi and he like broke his PR and he loves it. We helped a girl overcome her social anxiety of confessing to her senpai by feeding her miracle kimchi. And now we're back to the lady that started this entire sub-story sequence. She wants to cross everything. She wants to walk on her own 2 feet. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Josh. That's a deep cut because you actually literally used that imagery today in the beginning. But there's this lady. She's getting really old, but she always wants to walk on her 2 feet. So she wants to cross this street, but the freaking sign, like the signal, is too fast. So every time she gets like a little bit over, time's run out. But now we have this miracle kimchi, and we're basically gonna light her butt on fire. Just her body.
渡りたい渡れない
ばあさん、まだ信号で苦戦してたんだな。
おお、兄ちゃんか。そうなんよ。いいところまでは行くんじゃが。
Oh yeah, her name is
少しのとこ
Umeko.
ろで信号が点滅し始めてな。
Oh, the three guys
私が
that come.
JK
Oh,
だ
in
った
Kiwami.
頃
Yeah,
は
yeah, fair.
陸上大会で
I know
い
what you
つ
mean
も
now.
1位でな。伊達天梅ちゃんなんて
She
呼
used
ば
to
れ
be
とった
able to move a lot. So that's her
今
backstory.
じゃ
She likes
信号もろく
walking
に渡
around
れん
and
老い
running
ぼれ
and
にな
stuff.
ってしもったもう一度でいいから早く走ってみたいの
ばあさん、若い頃走りに自信があったから余計に自分
Look
の
at
足で
that
進むこと
armor
にこだわってたんだな。
reflecting
あの
the
伝説のキムチで
sun's
道が開けた
rays.
連中もいた。信号が変わるタイミングでこのばあさんにもキムチを食べさせてみようか。
It's time to share the miracle kimchi.
ばあさん、信号が青になるタイミングでこれを食ってみてくれ。
This is definitely a JRPG throwback though. Like having a medicinal instant panacea. Generally kimchi is prepped in large containers, generally in vases, but he literally carries that. Yeah, it's fermented in pots, generally speaking. It's the safest because fermentation, like the stuff you put in fermentation, you want to be in ceramics. Because if you put them in like a plastic thing, like a plastic container and stuff, you're kind of asking for trouble. So generally it's like glass or ceramics that but he's like the goat, so he just carries the whole thing, you know, one-handed. That looks really heavy, but you know, that's just
なんじゃこれキムチじゃないか。
なあ、ちょっとばかし刺激が強いな。
yeah. I mean, it's not the greatest. I personally they're more traditionally fermented in ceramics, but you can go with containers that are like good enough for it. But I generally do not see them. They can be, once they're done fermenting, they can be stored probably in very like durable plastic containers, certainly. But I often see the most classical containers are really big vases or vases, however you want to. Yeah, but you know, he's magical, so he's like
これを食えばあの頃みてえに早く走れるかもしれねえ。
look, see right here. I wasn't kidding. I actually forgot that he actually said this line, but he literally says, "But this stuff will light a fire under your butt," or that. Speaking of butts, with 3 T's.
正直言っている意味がまるでわからんし他の男に言われたら断るところじゃな。
Shenanigans. That see the words like shenanigans and the idiom lighting a fire under someone's butt, that kind of thing is what makes me feel incredibly interested and intrigued at how well they know American culture and how they're going to portray American culture when they're literally within American culture. And I feel like it's probably going to be almost like, I'm going to use these 2 words, and I know it's going to sound confusing. It's probably going to be terrifically disappointing or comfortingly normalized. Yeah, I actually think they do. And then now for this game, they probably have a whole cast of Americans, like Americanized crews. I think they've been doing that for a while, and they are basically just expanding. And what I'm gonna say is, it's probably gonna be terrifically disappointing. And by that, I mean like, somewhere in my mind, I was expecting somewhere out way left field, like, oh my gosh, that's so different, I love it. Like that's a really interesting way of viewing Hawaiians or like the American culture at large or something. But then I think to myself, the realistic aspect is probably they're already doing it now. It's just going to be normal. It's just going to feel normal. like what they already do, like scams, social media, like video games, like viral things, like love, like different types of relationships and hardships or bills, taxes, they're all going to just feel normal. And in my wild head, I'm like, oh man, it's going to be cool because I don't think like a Japanese person, right? And it's just going to be so normal. That's what I mean by, if I'm being realistic, it's going to be terrifically disappointing. It's not going to be like an anime take. Oh, you know how in Yakuza 3 is the first time they ever introduce an actual plot mechanic that involves an American, and it's the Hollywood portrayal of CIAs. That's it. CIA agents. That's what they included. But that was like over 10 years ago, right? Right? That's over 10 years ago. Like conspiracy, government conspiracy. That's the American contribution, you know, like black ops, covert ops, the very like just like Richardson, like he's a blonde guy, wears, you know, all black clothing, and he like is very straightforward, and he's obviously shady as heck. Like that is, and then like they're dealing with black market arms dealing and stuff. Oh yeah, and Miracle Johnson, right? Miracle Johnson, Steven Spielberg. What was Steven Spielberg's name? Like John Spielberg? I forgot how they, or was it Steve? Steve, like they abbreviated his, like they obviously replaced his name, but it was Steven Spielberg that was working with Miracle Johnson. So those things are like fun to me. I think it's great. It's kind of like an honest lens, but I do understand, and again, I echo Smoke's and Josh's concern, like especially Smoke's concern, that the audience, not the people who already like the series, but the new audience might not be as receptive if they go harder. Like, I don't know. Like, will they tackle like a President Trump thing? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Steven spinning. Or like, are they going to, you see what I mean? Like, I understand that it is really concerning, but to me, as a fan, I want to see the Japanese thing, right? Because they did tackle politics in a sense, but they only tackled Japanese politics. However, in this game, they did go into politics. Yakuza 5 also went into politics. Yakuza 6 went into politics too, but it was like Japanese politics. And what I saw in those Japanese political things are very friendly to the American audience of politics. In fact, it's probably a little tamer than American politics. The representation that they had and the nature of the intrigue and stuff is very, well, you can't say American politic people, because I am a politics people too. So you could say that depending on their presentation, one half may be sensitive and the other half may not. So there's not a majority consensus that they would be sensitive to the particular dependent like subject matter. Yeah. It sounds like a skill issue. So it's fair. But what I would love, in my opinion, is an embrace of understanding, right? That an outside perspective is it's educational to me. But what I feel is going to happen is they're going to do what I expect as a person who's culturally sensitive to these things. But then it won't be exciting anymore. But at the same time, it's comforting, and it won't have backlash and stuff. But at the same time, I kind of want them to do, like, give the honest, like, the show that perspective. Like, they did do one scene in this game is a great example, and they did it on themselves, like a reflection of themselves. So it was Ikari was trying to speak English to an English foreigner, and it just randomly you talk to him, and the guy is saying like, "Can you help me find the station?" or something, and it was just an American guy, like he was speaking American English based on like the vowels and stuff. Can you show me the way to the station? And then Ikari just comes out, and in the English version is super loud and super enthusiastic when he said the English words. And then in the Japanese version, it's exactly the same. Like, station over there. You can do it. Go, 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 go. You know, like, yeah. So the idea is they're reflecting on themselves, what they think Americans are like, but at the same time, what Americans think of them. So when they were executing the English, it was a multiculturalism thing where people see each other loud because it's a projection of themselves, right? So Japanese people are incredibly enthusiastic. So when you hear Japanese lines, right, you hear voice acting a lot of times, it's incredibly dramatic. So how do you translate that into English? You make it incredibly dramatic. So that's the kind of stuff that I kind of want to look forward to. I want them to explore that, but again, very carefully, as long as the community at large is receptive to that, you know, like they have to lean into it or normalize it somehow before it becomes accepting. And they have been doing that for a while. Like their RGGs, like all the games, all the Like a Dragon games up to this point, it has become more and more like that. So they keep leaning more and more into, is this okay? This is outrageous, but is it okay? And then it becomes an expectation of the series. But when they go into the United States, they might reel it back, right? It's going to tame up the series for a little bit. And that might actually detract from how unique Like a Dragon games are now, where it's a more of an honest breath of fresh air to be very genuine about jokes and portrayals and stuff. But it is a difficult thing because they're the only group. How many Yakuza games do you think they're going to produce? Well, I'll ask you this. How many Sonic games do you think there are? SEGA is a Japanese corporation. So Japan prides on iteration and dedication. So until it is not pragmatically sustainable, they'll keep producing it. So it's not about, I guess it's hard to predict how many, just how much do people want kind of deal, right? So Sega has always been more of a pragmatic company when it comes to be that. Kind of like, it's closer to Namco Bandai, like Bandai Namco, like Bamco. Less like Capcom, which Capcom tends to put a, and then FromSoft's a good example, but FromSoft is not self-publishing, right? FromSoft is actually Bamco publishing. How they're going to keep going? They just cover more people's lives. I think they can abandon their characters at any time. Because they present themselves as a slice of life game. And slice of life games are the environments, the world that they build. The characters occupy the world. So as long as the world exists, which they will continue to exist, if Kamurocho continues to exist, like Hiroshima, like if Japan continues to exist as a country, they will have more characters in that country. Yeah. Yeah. So what makes this game possible is that characters can come and go. They don't have to stay. But they can choose to keep them around if they want. But they don't have to stay. It's not playing to me, it's not the same as playing like I need a good example. I don't have a good example because I don't play those games very often. GTA. Oh yeah, GTA is a good example. Sure. Yeah. GTA is a good example. Rockstar Games is character driven. Character driven novella stuff. Last of Us is a great example. Any of Naughty Dog's games. I would say less Rockstar, any of Naughty Dog's games. They will struggle with replacing characters. Because the world doesn't the world revolves around the characters as opposed to the other way around. So you can put any character in Kamurocho and all the memories of Kamurocho will remind Kamurocho itself will remind you of all the interconnectedness of the characters. The cities, the country, the place links all the characters. A good case in point, after these two games, I'm playing Judgment. Yagami has nothing to do with all the other characters, except it's set in the same city. Like, they don't even occupy the same universe. It's just the city. So Yagami doesn't ever cross paths with Kasuga or Kiryu. Kiryu doesn't get a game named Judgment. That's kind of funny. I actually think if we add Nagoshi, right? Nagoshi, if we ask Nagoshi, did he deliberately call his spin-off series Judgment as a double entendre with Kiryu and Judgment? I would love to hear the response to that. Like, did he do it on purpose? Did they end up calling the series the Judgment series? But have it completely separated from it, you know? Yeah. Yeah, so that's a great example. So it's gonna be forever, in my opinion. Like, because there are always gonna be people living in the cities. There are always gonna be stories to make the city bigger, to make Japan bigger. And every location they have chosen, it still goes back to the relative origins of Tokyo or Japan in general, but largely Tokyo. And any character can proliferate it. And that's what's great. It's great. Like, I can tell you Majima is not a character. Like, he's there, but Yakuza 0 and kinda Kiwami 1, kinda, but really he's like absent for like 90% of the rest of the series. They persist. They're characters that persist in a city. They don't persist because they're important to the outcome of the series, which is great. I know Kiryu's been around for a while, right? But if he disappears, which is what happens in this game, sort of, and it's fine. Japanese culture is so rich that I would love Rockstar to do the same. I mean, at their expense, though, because then they do the thing that we were talking about. They have to take the risk, right? And that's a selfish thing. It's a selfish request for me to request developers to take the risk with their publishers to try to make a modernization of American life. Not only is slice of life not popular in the United States, like in Western gaming, slice of life genre has never took off yet. Even Sony did a few attempts to put slice of life element games in, and Like a Dragon is the closest to slice of life without being exclusively slice of life. So like, if there was a slice of life American game, I would totally do it. Like I would totally play it because I want to know. I want people to see some of the stuff. Like, what is it like? Of course, it's not going to represent minorities, right? Generally speaking. So this is like cool because the main focus is probably the intersection of Asian Americans. It's practically I love this game series because it's practically Asian American in the sense that they have a crew that understands American language, like the American English, and then to understand how American English is read and delivered and like presented, they have to understand American culture to a great extent. Like they even go out of their way, like this a developer even go out of their way to say, oh yeah, we know that this is weird, but we're going to keep the Japanese honor for, like, the thing that I always talk about, how like there's always this distinction about using pronouns in English and not less so in Japanese. They use honorifications. I forgot what they're called. Honifers, like the way they use the name, and then add like the status, right? Like san, chan, kun, and then honorifics. Yeah, honorifics. So they actually say that, like in interviews, they literally say, yeah, we acknowledge this, we want to keep it, and that's what they did. And in this game, they kept the honorifics. They don't use pronouns, which is great because it acknowledges that they understand the differences. It's important to them. And there are very few games that have to worry about those. Right? It's well, it's sort of realistic. It just depends on the intent. So their intent is to show Japanese perspective, right? And that's fair. But it's not the organized crime and the whole idea of Yakuza and Like a Dragon aren't necessarily exclusive to Japanese culture. However, it's their design choice, and they are able to acknowledge that. A lot of times, you just accept it for what it is. And things like when we'll use Rockstar Games as a portrayal, like the characters you're accepting that this is normal. You accept that this is normalization. And then there are a lot of things and liberties they take in order to portray what they intend, which is very great. Like it's good if they can achieve that. Sometimes though, they don't expend the effort to say what they're not doing. Right? And the sensitivity of politics, religion, and culture, acknowledgement of what they're not doing is suggesting that they're aware of it. And that often goes a long way to facilitate any miscommunication or any misrepresentation. So like, for example, I could tell you that, I don't know, the Chinese here, right? The Chinese people in this game, well, when they talk here, it's like, I don't think they would do that, but I could see why Japanese people would think they'd do that kind of thing. And that's what fosters that understanding, like, oh, what they didn't do is probably because they chose to do this. Like, you get that benefit of the doubt because they spend time demonstrating that, hey guys, we know, but we want to do it this way. And what is realistic is dependent on the person's perspective. So to me, you could say is not realistic to portray a certain thing a certain way, but it's realistic to them. And that's wonderful. I think that's my favorite part about it's actually interesting to me when I sit and listen to their interviews, like the little like not so popular interviews where because it's not really mainstream. Like a Dragon is like it's like double A main like as mainstream as double A's go, right? Like we're talking about like Returnal level or something like that. And I kind of it's interesting. Like you get to talk about culture. How many times do in a game do you get to talk about culture that's relevant to you? I haven't felt this way. I think the closest thing I ever get to talk about that's relevant to my cultural background is whenever someone like I don't know talk about Wolong or something or a Romance of the Three Kingdom game or I don't know a Monkey King reference. That's the closest thing. Rarely is it about yo freaking Zhao in this game. He was born into his role and he had to inherit his role knowing that his personality conflicts with all the values that he inherited in his role. Like that's incredible. Like that's awesome. That hits so deep. It cuts so deep. I mean, most of the stuff they're portraying for the Japanese side of things, it cuts so deep. It's just inherently awesome. Journey to West is just a Dragon Ball reference anyway. What? Josh, you crossed the line with that joke. I know you're joking, but you totally crossed the line.
あんたはずっと私を気にかけて
Which, for the record, RGG has still yet to make a upfront reference to the Monkey King, like to Journey to the West. Like what I mean is direct, but they did make some upfront references to the Three Kingdoms. And it's often like a Lu Bu comment or a like Guan Yu comment or something. It's not like super deep where you go into like the whole like the warring kingdoms and the separation. And then they also pulled a I'm gonna say the American version, like Chiang Kai-shek. Is that the Americanized version? I don't know how to say it in Mandarin, but the unification of China. So there was what I think was a reference to the idea of unifying under one banner kind of thing and like a divisiveness of the thing. And in Korea, for the Koreans, they did a few things. I don't know enough about Korean culture though. So they do a few things. I know do. I say do a lot. But in this game, the biggest reference is Guan Yu's blade, and they literally say it. Yeah, like they literally say the reference. It's like, oh, why does that spear look familiar? It's Guan Yu's. I don't call it. It's not really a spear. It's more like, what do you call them? They're not halberds. It's it's Guan Yu's pole arm. It's a glaive? Oh, it could be a glaive. Yeah, it could be a glaive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know weapon things. Yeah. I don't know weapon things, but it's in this game. It's and it's a Chinese character that is a Chinese character, Mabuchi, that wields it. So they're those little nods, and I really like it. I mean, I'm like a poser kind of because I'm Asian American, so I don't actually know. Guando literally means blade of Guan Yu. Oh, interesting. We can't be wrong. Yeah, so for me, I'm like a weeb of Chinese culture. That's because everything of my culture is inherited through my parents. And my parents and I have a language barrier. So like we can't go deep into things. So the best connection I have with like pop culture references and stuff is like Hong Kong entertainment. Coincidentally, Josh is from Hong Kong, so that's that's like a big majority of my childhood is the all the portrayals of modern uh like Hong Kong cinema. I don't want to speak Mandarin. I can't read Mandarin. I'm also illiterate. But I don't usually speak Mandarin. I speak a regional dialect where my parents are from. So I use Fujianese. It's a dialect of Mandarin. And I also don't speak Canto. Cantonese, I prefer not to deal with using Mandarin or Cantonese. I just respond in English most of the time. Yeah, one of the bigger populations on the East Coast of the United States are people from Fujian, which is the southeast-ish Chinese region. So lots of Fujian people here. One thing that I tend to share trivially, like in a fun way, in an anecdotal way, is if you ever walk into an Americanized Chinese restaurant, more than likely the origins of most of the Chinese restaurant locations and networks, a great vast majority of them are owned by Fujian people. I love learning about. I do too. And it's my love to learn about other cultures that makes me incredibly naive, or maybe naive is not the word, maybe like incredibly optimistic about other people being open to open to different interpretations of other people's cultures. I am naive in the sense that I still hold out hope that in one day in the future, due to globalization of cultures, that we can overcome negative sensitivity, but be cautiously optimistic about conflicting presentations or representation. And that's why I tend to focus on the potential of exploring multiculturalism than focusing on naysaying a lot of times. Also, Fujian is the manner of pronunciation of the name of the location. It is. Yeah. So, I stopped calling people Fujian because it's a little confusing. Because like when I say Fujian, where are Fujian people from? Fujian. So I use Fujianese instead because it's a little bit associated with Chinese. So, but technically, a lot of people from Fujianese use Fujian as the indicator of people, and Fujian is also the place, which is kind of it can be a little confusing, and so I tend to use Fujianese. But Fujianese is the word that I use for the dialect too. So now it's a hard place. It's between the rock and a hard place. It kind of annoys me when people say, "Do you speak Chinese?" It's fine. Uh, I'll echo Stephen E. Uh, yeah. The answer is always which one. Yeah. So I will echo Stephen He and maybe like Nigel, right? Nigel Wynn, the Uncle Roger guy, that they get this question a lot, but upon reflection and seriousness, when people feel upset, it's generally not the people that it involves. So, for example, it does not annoy me at all that people ask me, do I speak Chinese? If you know what I mean. And I find it incredibly, I'm not trying to spin this in a negative way. I find it incredibly humbling that there are people that are hyper concerned for my emotional well-being at the cost of their own emotional well-being. So like specifically, this is a good digression actually. I like that we're having this digression. So like it's really heartwarming that there are people who respond exclamatorily especially in the United States on my behalf. I think it's very cute, it's endearing. It's also scary because it creates confrontation. And often and then not, the people who are offended for people who aren't offended. So like I do prefer, often it's a lot simpler just to ask if I speak Chinese, and I could say no or yes. So but it's great. And I can tell you, I've only lived 36 years of my life so far. Like hopefully I live a lot longer than that, but it's been 36 years. At least I would say 30 times in my life, I think that's a pretty good conservative estimate, there was someone who was offended for me. And they are incredibly caring people. They're incredibly hyper intellectual people who has a lot of information and they have to deal with a lot of information, but ultimately it becomes very personal to them because they're so invested. So the more you care about other cultures or the more you learn about other cultures, you tend to become very well practiced in considering all those things. And it's very endearing to me, in my opinion. Like it's a reflection of how much you care. Like you wouldn't respond such emotionally if you didn't care in the first place, right? So those who are apathetic tends to be those who I would make sure that I'm behaving properly. But those who are hypersensitive, that's a clear indication that they really care. They probably know more about my culture than myself. I'm going to be honest here. Like, what I mean by that is the semantics of it. So all the data, right? All the remembering stuff, like they probably could name when, I don't know, Fujian was invaded or something because they're intellectually interested in it. And we're not talking about empathy or like experience, right? We're talking about knowledge. So people who are hypersensitive about those things, they probably remember a lot of like trivia and like actual knowledge. I don't know a lot of those things. Heck, I can't even tell you outside of Fuzhou what surrounds Fuzhou on a map. I'm sure those people who are hyper aware and could be offended for a Fujianese person specifically, they probably know more about Fujian than I do. Like what I mean is the semantic knowledge, like even geography and stuff. What do you mean? What dialect do I even speak? I speak Fujianese. Wait, is that a real question? Are you joshing me? Hokkien? I don't know what that is. Like I'll say a phrase, I guess. Ni er bike ngoài gong sino. Does that sound like anything? I don't know if that's that. So I don't have any like formal terms. What do I call my own language in a I don't know the language term, but we're Fujiu knowing. I know that we're Fuzhou people. That's all we refer to. Pretty sure the 2 Chineses I speak are from a different branch. I see. Like we like Hujiwa, that's it. Like it's Fuzhou. Like it just translates to Fuzhou. So like we just say Fuzhou language or Fuzhou word, like that's all we say. Like Hujiwa, right? That's it. There's no other way. Like I have not learned any other way to express the language. This is where stop talking because I don't speak any of the other language. No, that's I so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Smokes. You represent you are the most like normalized conversation like company that I have in my life. I grew up in suburbia. Like okay, the early life I grew up in like subsidized housing and then like low income area. But then the vast majority of my life is in suburbia, white suburbia. So immediately, all my acquaintances and my friends, we like to talk about it the same way you do, like the way we talk about Japanese Americans, Japanese content creation, and then other creations. That's usually the most common thing. The only time I ever talk about like Asian American things is if I ever bump into any Asian American things. And the only time we use Fujianese is between my just specifically my parents. And anyone else who's Fujianese, which happens to be like if my father and mother ever see a new restaurant pop up, an American Chinese restaurant, they always go and check if a Fujian people, like new Fujianese neighbors moved in. And typically it really is. It's kind of weird, but that it's just like very archetypical. It goes back to an interview. Like for example, Stephen He, right, got interviews of asking like, "Oh, what was it like on your end?" And then he would say a lot of things that typically happens, and I can say a lot of things that typically happen if you just bring up Fujin, right? A lot of times, and it's also true with like it's also true with other people. Like for example, I've been watching a lot of Dr. Mike stuff, right? So Dr. Mike is a incredibly. I really respect what he's trying to do as a professional and a content creator, and he kind of blends this really well. And Dr. Mike, when he talked about his background, he's Russian. Like he was born Russian, and then he early immigrated at 6 years old, and then he talks about that too. So multiculturalism in United States tend to have these very similar passageways of, one might say, stereotypes, but whenever I use the word stereotypes, it often, if someone is outside the culture, they tend to be like, "Oh wait, but you got to be careful." It's like, no, I'm okay with stereotypes. It's kind of weird, but when it concerns, it's just like the whole being offended for you thing, right? Being offended for you thing. When it comes to stereotyping, often the people who are being stereotyped, since they live in it, have normalized it to the point where it's not offensive. It's not as offensive as you think it is, but it's not also like it's not good. It's nor good nor bad. It's reality. Yeah, like what I mean is it's acceptance, right? So if you live in it, you tend to normalize how you deal with it. So psychologically, the people who live in the stereotype learn to cope or learn strategies that end up being okay with it. So inevitably, the person who's not in the stereotype tend to be more overly reactive to what happens. So would you say people should be less sensitive for others, or which are the same? the thing that we fear the most is getting it wrong, right? When it comes to oversensitivity. So to remove all doubt is just to ask. That's the most that's a very Chinese response, by the way. The pragmatic way is you simply ask. So when you ask anything in the form of a question, regardless of how stereotypical it is, it still reflects a curiosity. It still reflects an open arm to accepting what you know, and hopefully you be receptive in any response. So I prefer someone to ask me, do I speak Chinese, or just start speaking to me in Mandarin, for example. That's there are two types of personalities that are revealed there, and one is egregiously more scary than the other one. The person who's asking the question is far more willing to hear a response from the person they're asking, right? The alternative is when someone acts on the thing and don't ask you at all. So I find it incredibly brave and endearing, in my personal opinion, but I'm like pretty biased towards being inquisitive. So when you ask a question, I can't possibly be offended because you haven't acted on your predilections yet. Like it's a bravery of vulnerability. When you ask a question, you're literally telling me you're willing to take the risk. And that's incredibly endearing. I love when people say, like, for example, here's a question, and it's a very stereotypical one that people like to laugh about. When I mean people, I mean Asian Americans a lot, especially Chinese people. Is when someone asks, do you eat rice all the time? It's like, well, that's a good question. I know why you would think that. And the short answer is yes, I do. See? Not too bad. And I actually add a few laughs about it. I kind of play around it a little bit. Yeah, I eat rice with every meal. But with that said, I will further add, right? I would further add to that person who was willing to ask me something at the possible expense of being wrong, like they're showing vulnerability. I would reflect that and say, what do you think of rice? You know, do you eat, like, what is your preferred grain or something? Because I wouldn't know that too. So, although here's a big difference between an intellectual approach, who's like more focused on communication, and one that is very honest and straightforward. So I typically wouldn't reveal what I know about it. I would simply ask an open-ended question. And a perceptive person would call me out on it, and that would make for a really interesting conversation. For example, if I were to ask and I need to confirm if they eat rice every day, okay? So let's say I'm the person asking, I'm like, man, rice is very common. So I'm going to ask another Chinese person, right? Chinese American, say, what do you eat? What is your preferred grain every day? Right? So you can become more general. It's perfectly fine. You could say it's being more sensitive, right? More sensitive and whatnot. But it to a person like me, I wouldn't be offended either way, because I can either say yes or no. I'm glad you asked. And I know I'm not speaking for everyone, but generally speaking, a great majority of Asians love I prefer to answer questions. It's great. The difference is when people like do the other thing where, I mean, in a way it's cute to me too, but I'm sorry. I can't represent. I'm not like, I'm a really underrepresenting person, but pragmatism flows really strongly in Chinese people. And when they get confrontation, they do anything to avoid it. And a lot of times it means also normalizing any form of anger or frustration in the public eye. Rice says, man, I get hit with the, so you eat chicken curry often. Wait, why do you get, wait, you get asked that? But rice is also used in a lot of other cultures. It is. And that's what makes it a stereotype, right? A lot of times you use a whataboutism to enrich and demonstrate how irrelevant stereotypes are. But that's fine, and that's great. It doesn't change just because rice is used in a lot of other cultures. It doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of Chinese families eat rice. So they're both correct. One doesn't deflate the other. One actually only reinforces how important rice is and ubiquitous it is. Chicken curry is so good. I'm a little partial right now to Japanese curry. As opposed to like you could have like coconut curry, like an Indian curry. That would be a little bit more like doesn't quite hit the same for me. So they're quite Indian curry is pretty or Thai curry. Thai curry is pretty pretty popular right now, at least in the United States. Yeah, so not everyone is gonna sound like yeah. Or some pearl rice is nice sometimes. Jasmine rice. Okay, right now I'm in a basmati kick. My parents usually use jasmine rice though, but basmati. I like the long grainish thing. Like biryani is really good. Biryani is so good. Stir fry, sure. You love asking questions even more. So, like, do you hit Chinatown often to resupply? What do you buy usually? Curry. I prefer Indian curry with roti. Yeah, roti is the choice. My dad hates curry. I don't know why I love it. He says the smell. Wait. Oh, he doesn't like the smell. The turmeric. It's probably the turmeric that is the most pungent in it. Especially when you oh yeah, it's nice. Just we're gonna wrap up a little of the digression, but it's great. Your father drinks turmeric milk? I like the smell of turmeric. Like here's American. Okay. I'll throw in this Americanized Chinese. You know, Fujin right here, right? Fujianese, a product of Fujianese Americanized Chinese. You have, it's not, I don't know, for better or for worse, you have the Fujianese to thank for the Americanizing of Chinese food, right? So it's one of the biggest subsex contributor to that, to the spread of it. And one of the dishes, the dish that gets me like all the time in the feelers is freaking Singapore rice noodle. And it really doesn't have much to do with Singaporean dish. But the reason why I like it is because of the freaking turmeric powder. Like the curry powder. Like that smell. That freaking smell is intoxicating. Like the cumin, like absolutely the cumin is so freaking intoxicating. Like, but the version, right, the Americanized Chinese version of the Singapore rice noodles, right, the vermicelli, like it's not. Sometimes we use rice noodles, sometimes we use vermicelli. I don't know if there's a difference, but the naming convention sticks with the type of noodles, right? And it's the cumin. It's funny, I had Hong Kong fried noodles in Singapore with Malaysia, and I forgot. My favorite Asian dish is yakisoba. I don't know what country it's from. It's Japan. Yeah, yakisoba. It can be a little on the sweeter side for me. I'm a yakisoba is a golden for sure. Yeah, fried soba. I think right now, it's not to say like I'm in a mood for things, right? Things go up and down. But udon. Absolutely udon for now. I'm a fan of like substituting all like noodle dishes by using udon noodles. I like them thick and chewy. I gotta get my QQ in, you know? Freaking substitute udon noodles in yakisoba. So I guess you could just call it yaki udon. Is that how it would work? I don't know. I don't know enough about the Japanese language. Do they just call it yaki udon? Oh, and I had Shanghainese. Oh yeah, dan dan mian. I mean, sorry, dan dan noodles. For whatever reason, I just wanted to say mian instead. Yeah, dan dan. Oh man, dan dan noodles. Whew. That's some good stuff. If you're talking about specifically the black bean ones, right? You want some Asian food now? Me too. Me too. Yeah, I don't have Asian. Like I basically had two pork buns today, but they were like really cold because I got sidetracked with games, right? But I had two pork buns. Or as most people love to say, bao these days, or bao. Is Asian food like the cultural correct way to say? I don't know. I had this discussion before. Here's a little slight more digression because we gotta make this into a whole segment. I farm digressions, by the way, Smoke. I don't know if you noticed, but one of the segments is to digress. So it's not like you're sidetracking me. I stream to digest, right? So to digress, I said digest. I'm like really focused on eating now. One thing that I've heard before. Oh, here's one. Let's tie it all together. Let's tie it all together. I'll bring it back to the very beginning, okay? You know, the whole thing about being offended for someone or being culturally sensitive and politically sensitive to someone who's one of my first exposures to someone being offended for me is when someone told me that I shouldn't be eating Oriental flavored ramen because I had no idea what Oriental meant. You know, like the Maruchan bags, they had Oriental flavor. And the person that I met in my life said that, isn't it offensive to you? Why would you eat Oriental flavored ramen? What does Oriental mean? And what does it taste like? Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't know what it tastes like. It just tastes like good. Like, this was back then when I was less snobby. I was less snobby about food because we were not privileged enough to have everything, right? So, I like that. And now occasionally I still taste it, but you know, it's like it is really good when you don't have a lot. And nowadays, I don't know if they renamed it. I don't know if they renamed whoa, that dog joke. No worries. Yeah, I don't know if they still have it. Let's double check as a final digression, and then we'll talk, you know, in the future about stuff. But Oriental ramen. Is that still a thing? No, it's not a thing anymore. All it said now, it's just called soy sauce flavor. So shoyu, or just soy sauce. That's what. Yeah, it's soy sauce flavor. Yeah, that's it. That's. I mean, I love sodium. So when I used to eat like top ramen and Maruchan, it's not because it's also not because I can afford better things. It's just generally speaking, I like the taste of of glutamate and sodium. Like I need that. It was great. And that's just how it went. It certainly didn't fill me up because ramen there's not enough whole nutrients, right? But at the same time, it is something to sustain us. So that's kind of the thing, right? And now it's just fond stories. I have fond stories about it. People still enjoy this kind of thing. So, yeah, it's just soy sauce flavor now. It was formerly known as Orient 12 pack. Okay. Just a little thing. If you search this, it's still listed under. Yeah, it's still listed as a reference to the Oriental flavor. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. It's still here. The packaging, Oriental flavor. Which is, let's take a look. What's in Oriental flavor? Hold up. Can I see the back of this package? I don't know. The ingredients are more or less the soy sauce ingredients. Yeah, anyways. It's kind of great. As Uncle Roger said, MSG makes everything better. It does. It's umami. Mala spice. Glutamate is a source of umami. So inherently what he's saying is actually biochemically correct. So what I mean is when you add glutamate to something, it introduces umami. But I'm pretty sure when it comes to the sensory taste, I don't really know a lot about taste buds and stuff. Like I'm not that kind of like an endocrinologist or something. Or even someone who studies the culinary arts. But when it comes to umami, I'm pretty sure there's an upper limit. So what he says is MSG makes everything better to an upper limit, whatever our sensitivity is, our biological sensitivity. Like for example, if you had something sugary and you keep piling on sugar, eventually you saturate your sensitivity to sugar. So at that point, at the upper limit, it doesn't get better, or it doesn't get like if you add sugar, if you keep adding sugar, it'll keep making it more sugary. Technically correct at all times if you keep piling, but to our psychological perception, right, like our sensitivity, there's an upper limit. So at some point MSG does saturate, but I don't know when glutamate saturates. I can tell you, if I shove whole garlic in my mouth and I can still feel like I'm getting more umami, I think when I'm normally eating, I rarely hit an upper limit on how umami makes, food better. Like, garlic, you just shove garlic in your mouth. Like, what do? You roast garlic, you cook garlic, you bathe in garlic. What is that? That's a substitute for glutamate. So, yeah. And miso, like, sometimes I want water with my miso paste. I'm sorry, that sounded really gross. Like, occasionally when I see miso paste, I'm like, what happens if you just eat the paste? oh, here's a funny image. Get a baguette, right? Just slice up some baguette, okay? toast the baguette, you know, like the slices, like cut out a bias, toast the baguette, and just smear miso paste and just eat it. It's like umami plus salt bomb. but you probably want to spit it lightly because you're gonna have heart palpitations from like the sudden influx of salt. But it's kind of like it's a substitute. Like if you put caviar, right? It if you have, or you can like get a ciabatta bread or like anything that's really hard. Like you want something hard because it's that texture and, you know, that mouthfeel, because paste is kind of like smooth and slimy, and you kind of want something, you kind of want a hard bread, because if you like spread it on like white bread, it's gonna be slimy on mushy, and it kind of just balls up. So yeah, you got to get some crunch, and all I could think about was a baguette. Croissant's kind of all right. It's very absorbent, so you might get like a bolus of salt into your mouth. You want something like really strong and firm, so you can like thinly spread across it, you know, like that sound, the freaking, that crust sound, and you get like a thin crust. It's what I'm trying to describe is, if you use miso paste, it's kind of like Vegemite and Marmite. I know it's a acquired taste. Sorry, Australians and Kiwis, but I actually quite like Vegemite and Marmite after trying it a couple of times, and it's like that salt bomb. Like you get something very toasted, and you spread something that's a good source of glutamate and salt. It's Marmite and Vegemite. And another great example of a replacement for like miso paste, for example, is I just had this and I just forgot it. Why am I drawing a blank now? There are lots of paste basically that does that. Ooh, nice. Going to Australia, huh? The knife sharpening whetstone sound. Oh yeah, that sound. Yes, the crust sound. I like that sound. But yeah, you get all these opportunities. So whenever I see paste, the first thing I think about is like, what can I spread this on? That's kind of the deal. And my mouth is like literally like, I salivate when I think about garlic. It's great. Oh, caviar. Like, hey, if you're rich and you're privileged, putting caviar on a toasted baguette, that's a very weird way to flex that you like umami and salt on your bread, but I can only afford miso paste, so I'll stick with miso paste. But yeah, caviar is very similar. That kind of thing. Or shrimp paste. Shrimp paste might work too. Yes. You have to gauge your salt levels, but yeah, shrimp paste, umami bomb all the time. Actually, here's one that's unconventional, and I wouldn't recommend it, but the cheapest thing you can do to do that thing, I don't know if someone said this is like a life hack or something, some TikToker influencer. I'm not a influencer, so I can't really tell you. But chicken bouillon. You can put water and chicken bouillon, enough chicken bouillon to thicken it, right? You can probably put in a little cornstarch to thicken it, and then you can spread it on the toast. It's the same thing. It's salt and umami. It's just the really, really poor, like the cheapest way to get a concentration of glutamate and salt onto something crusty. You just slightly wet chicken bouillon until it becomes like a little like pasty, and then you can spread that on your toast. So we have so many ways that is basically a substitute for MSG. And if you watch like Uncle Roger or, you know, with basically Nigel's content, or even like Stephen He, when they talk about food and stuff, they probably say the same thing about various ways to basically substitute for MSG. Shrimp paste, fish sauce, I mean, fish sauce is a liquid though, but you know, all of them are just substitutes for MSG. In a way, if you wanted MSG without the added sodium, or with less added sodium or less added components that can mess up the way your food is gonna work out, MSG is a good way to go. Nevertheless, you can substitute so many other things. I don't even know what the umami. Oh, you used to think, well, it does have okay. You're gonna have to hear me out here. You probably, like, I've already probably established that I come from a scientific background, right? MSG is a salt, but I know exactly what you mean. As in, like, it's the table salt, like NaCl and monosodium glutamate, but they are both salts. So, in a way, you're correct. If you're ever wondering, if you say that to someone, you might get mixed responses. Like, someone will agree with you, it is just salt, and then another person might not agree with you. But my spin on this is that technically salts is a category of compounds that would include MSG. Monosodium glutamate is a salt, but it's not table salt, so it's not sodium chloride. However, monosodium glutamate has sodium in it. Yeah, so it's funny because I want to share this with you because culturally, the scientific community qualifies as another culture, right? It's a subculture of larger cultures. So, like, as a chemist, or like as someone who's has a a scientific background, I agree with you. It is just salt. Like, you could say that. It's very fair. It's a fair statement. And it operates like salt. It very much operates like salt, but it's like better salt because it has glutamate. It's like salt enhanced with glutamate. You still have that salt property. So what I mean is, if you taste, I don't know if you ever taste MSG. Have you ever, like, I've done this before as a kid. I wouldn't recommend it, but I've taken MSG and just because family operates restaurant, it does taste salty. So, like, there's properties of salt that gives you that salty taste. It's not bad for you. But it's one of those moderation things, right? Most things in unmoderated is bad for you. So you become oversensitized, you like excess things, but it to this day, I can only say this, to this day, there is no precedence for converging evidence for health effects of MSG. So it has been tested long enough that some people have lived over half their years, like half their living lifespans. So it's almost going on to a lifetime now that there has not spawned enough converging evidence to support this. The reason why it's important that I'm specifying that it hasn't overcome a lifetime is because often health effects require longitudinal studies. They have to follow a cohort long enough. But even then, I would say at least 40 years, conservatively. It's been 40 years since any converging evidence has been produced since the concern of using monosodium glutamate. So, will that change? It's always a possibility. With new knowledge comes potential understanding. But at the current state, no. The answer is no. However, you can use so many other things. Like, I can appeal to your pragmatism, right? if you like how fish sauce smells and tastes, you're killing more birds with one stone. Oh man, that's such a poor metaphor when it comes to that. Like fish sauce serves more than one purpose all at once. It's actually more convenient than using MSG. Killing more fish. So you see what I mean by that is, yes, you can use MSG if you're a purist, as in like you want to not adulterate your stuff. So like for example, um the difference between a mixologist, I don't know why I'm going to alcohol, but this is the first analogy that comes to my head. So like a mixologist tends to want to have control over what creates the final product, like the taste of the final product. So a lot of times they would favor concoctions or like things that have neutral taste. And those things are like MSG. If you want to create something that requires not a lot of variables that can affect your final product, MSG is very convenient. But generally speaking, most of our dishes nowadays already have an additive that provides equivalent. So a lot of times, yes, MSG can be a concern or whatever, I guess, however you say it. But in practice, it's rare that anyone would require MSG in any scope or extent that could even elicit a response, like an unhealthy, like, I don't know what they've done before. It's not like it's going to be pragmatically achievable. Like what I mean is realistically. So it's kind of like uh the wine thing. I know most people like to cite this, and there is some converging evidence, but drinking wine can have some health benefits, preventive benefits, right? But you have to understand how pragmatic it is to achieve those health benefits. Scientific discovery tends to do with bootstrapping with very specific conditions, even excluding the usual thing where like this only happened in mice, these are in animal trials, and it's not transferable to humans because of the complexity of humans. That is like surface level. That tends to be a way that's very relatable to the masses, right? To when you report in journalism and whatnot, that is a very relatable statement that allows to exercise caution about how research is transferable to pragmatic use in life in general, let alone be applicable to humans. However, all the nuances are shrouded. Most discoveries are made under specific conditions so that they can see the effect. So, can those conditions, how often are those conditions possible in practice? That's usually where the nutrition and dietitians have a lot of work to communicate. So, like MSG, for example, if they can prove that MSGs have any deleterious effects, it would be in an incredibly extraneous situation now, since all the obvious ones are exhausted, right? So if they eventually discover something that is deleterious about it, it will be very unlikely to be something that happens in practice. So instead of a lot of times, when I say I'm being fair to scientific answers, like questions, as in, I always say there's a possibility, but we have to put perspective on this. For the last 40 years or so, all the testing conditions would likely start conservatively to reflect something that's impactful in human life. So if they've already exhausted all those conditions, in order to prove something, they're going to keep exaggerating the conditions until they can find a possibility of effect. But once they report that effect, that type of condition, that specific condition, is often glanced over, as in like, is it possible? And the drinking wine thing is a great example. Like, how does that fit into a lifestyle in order to even achieve that effect? Well, the research is not concerned with that. They're not testing, they're not going to focus specifically on trying to use modest conditioning to see if it can affect someone, because the likely case is you can't see the effect unless it's exaggerated enough. So in my time, we are more focused on understanding mechanisms under specific conditions. And then how you apply them is a whole different like ball game. So when it comes to lots of nutritional things, it's often, if it's moderated, it rarely ever presents in overall deleterious effects over its use case now. So pragmatically speaking, lots of humans have tried a lot of things by trial and error, and those things have largely been sustainable because they have not adversely affect the survival rate of humans, regardless of like all the advancements in medicine and all that stuff. All that stuff has advanced with it. So in the holistic perspective, when you ask questions like that, often someone would say, yes, but does it matter to you? The question I feel most people ask when they say, oh, but is this unhealthy? I think the question they really want to know is, does it affect them? Like, will it affect them in their lifetime? And that's the more reasonable question that would be easier to answer, right? If they're looking for that. But min-maxing your life based on research, that's no one's going to be able to give you, like, I don't think there's a colleague that would be confident enough to tell you how to min-max a life, because life is homeostatic. So if you min-max something, the downside is it only takes one little like imperfection to throw it all off, right? So the closer you become in trying to get yes or no answers, or is this better, or is this healthy or unhealthy, typically then you become binary. Your decision making becomes binary. So it becomes the things that make people suffer a lot, unfortunately, and it's self-inflicted. Like, for example, are carbs healthy or not? If someone said no, they'll never eat carbs. They'll try to demonize carbs, and it's hard to explain from a scientific background that you need carbs, my friend. Like, in fact, you not only threw out your whole lifestyle to adopt a lifestyle that's non-sustainable, you created different problems that you choose to ignore in light of confirming your beliefs. So like, sometimes changing dietary preferences extremely is for someone who's extremely imbalanced. Like, for example, maybe keto is acutely effective for someone who literally lacks protein. You know what I mean? Like, you see those effects, like the benefits and stuff, when you see extremes. So like, if someone is consuming 0 protein, or like 5% protein and 90% carbs, which is coincidental with someone who's probably not managing their eating habits very well. So they might be very heavy, right? Of course, keto, I don't know why I'm pronouncing it like I'm pronouncing Japanese words. Keto is going to have a significant impact on that, but it's coincidental still. Like, what happened was the moderation of having a balanced diet. But it's only offset. So they continue keto and they excommunicate carbs. Eventually, that min-max gets normalized, and then it goes off to the other side, and eventually keto becomes unsustainable. So like, you're looking for homeostatic, you're looking for balance exchange. You're not, but often in the acute phase, basically, I'm not a medical professional and I'm not a dietitian or a licensed diet nutritionist. I'm just applying kinetics that I understand from science. Your body is homeostatic. So when it's deficient in something, you'll see a remarkable improvement when you substitute for that deficiency. And then eventually that deficiency will no longer be deficient when you normalize it. And hopefully, because hopefully your health is reversible, right? Your condition. And then it's time to go back to a balanced diet. So like a lot of times keto is championed because oftentimes those individuals have protein deficiencies. Or what I mean by protein deficiency is they don't have enough source of protein to support their lifestyle. So they immediately, within like the year or two, or a short period of time, they improve. But when they improve, they have to find moderation between their protein and carbs. It's like scaling down, right? You're trying to scale to a normal thing, but promoting it as a lifestyle is non-sustainable. So, and it applies so much to so many things. It's a treatment. I know how that sounds, but if you're someone who has an imbalanced life, like you keep saying yes and no's, like I should eat this but not that kind of thing, like I have to eat only this and not that, it's because you're min-maxing. So you only go like, there's only hypersensitivity in min-maxing. You're not moderately consistently being exposed to things, right? Or like consuming things. So inherently something's going to be imbalanced. So when you try new fats, it's ironic. I mean, this might be intuitive or counterintuitive. A lot of times it's counterintuitive. If you're into fats and they have binary thinking, you're going to inherently swap between them. Because when you go keto for too long, you're probably going to go on a carb cycle, or maybe even then start eating vegetarian, because often keto involves a very heavy like animal protein diet. But then something about that becomes unsustainable because it's very binary, it's very exclusive. Then like eventually it comes down to you combine all of them, like find the balance between all of them, right? But the idea is it's more of a treatment. It's an acute treatment for imbalance. A lifestyle is something that doesn't have min-maxes. It has moderation. Moderation tends to be the safest. You don't go too high, don't too low. Generally speaking, you become consistent. Your body can manage controlling and regulating slight upticks and slight downticks. It's really great at that. But if you go hard on anything, eventually it's not sustainable. Then you compensate. You look for something else. If that's a lifestyle you like, if you call it a lifestyle, you're going to just be bouncing between dietary preferences. So that's a great, like, in my opinion, that's a way to align your intellectual expectations with probably your emotional expectations in the future. Like what I mean is the emotional stress that you're going to go under. For me, when I see someone that's successful that responds to keto, my next question for them is, how long are you going to be on keto? Because I think of those types of things as a healthy way of starting something and then using it temporarily to treat your imbalance. So it's kind of like, if keto works for you, the thing that it's telling me is you're deficient in protein. That you're not consuming regularly enough proteins to support whatever lifestyle you have. And keto is only encouraging you to eat more protein. So understanding what keto actually does is helpful to like why it does. So you understand the thing. There's no bad or good. Like keto is not bad if it's used appropriately, right? So that's kind of the difference, I would say. If someone is just eating pasta all day, you could suggest keto. If they feel better, your suspicions are correct. However, then they have to wean off keto. They have to balance it again. So eventually you have to reintroduce pasta, right? And wean off keto. Then it just becomes a balanced diet. And that's a long digression for other things, but it works a lot for mental wellness. It works very well for mental wellness. Sensitivity training. And when I mean sensitivity training, I mean self-love. Self-love, emotional stability, that kind of thing. So like sensitivity training, as in if you're always on cloud 9 and you keep aiming for cloud 9, you are no longer sensitized to feeling bad. And without the sensitivity of feeling bad, it's not sustainable to keep feeling good. Like one of the wisest, in my opinion, if you ask someone successful, one of the most counterintuitive but misconstrued thing is that happiness is consistent in life. It really isn't. You will go through periods of sadness and happiness. It's not sustainable to always be happy. Like your body, your biochemistry becomes sensitized when you have a balance of stimuli. So what the body does though, when you become overstimulated with one stimuli, right? I'm being a little redundant now, but overstimulated by like a characteristic, like a trigger, is that if you're happy, the next time you're that happy, it will become less and less. So you desire more and more. The alternative way is embrace feeling bad for a little bit. And then when you be happy again, you'll be as sensitive. So it's kind of like it's not about all or none. It's holistically required that you have all these things. And thanks. That's what balance is. So I would wish that with one last word, and then we'll tie it back, is that I would wish that people can always feel 10 out of 10. Like that 10 out of 10 will always feel the same every single time. That to me, from all my cursory understanding, like I don't really have a detailed understanding of how neurotransmitters and like sympathetic and parasympathetic, like our endocrine system works, and how it translates to psychological behavior. But anecdotally speaking, like all the stuff that the body works in, it is incredibly efficient at taking in a stimuli and then becoming dull to it, like becoming null to it. And it's always been the case, in my opinion, so far that I'm aware of, that when you provide something in excess, it loses its effectiveness. And it is human condition to everything. Here's a fun thing. Like, here's a great way that this is one thing that I've talked about when it comes to skill development. Psychologically, I have no like evidence biologically or biochemically, but when you work on a skill, say you want to be a great runner, when you become great, it will become less rewarding. When you're good at something, you will then escalate on how harder you must work to get that same reward. So as your performance pragmatically goes up, your perspective and your reward system for performance goes down a lot of times. And in order to keep that level of sensitivity, you tend to branch out and do another task that reminds you and sensitizes you to maybe a related skill, perhaps, that resensitizes you to, like, it gives you more perspective again. You like get null to it, right? So there are lots of psychological theories that fill in and coincidentally, I'm going to say coincidentally, agrees with that. Things like if you spend too much time knowing a lot of things, you forget what you didn't know before. So, for example, a very, very smart person can be very, very terrible at teaching someone new things because they no longer remember what it's like to not know the thing. So you become very poor at the things you can't possibly experience again, too. Like, for example, if you're always successful, you can't possibly appreciate how successful you are anymore because the last thing you remembered is you are very successful, like most vividly. So you're always setting new standards for yourself, right? But all the new standards changes the delta of your of your change, and you can view that psychologically. It's very intuitive to view that, but you can also see that in biochemistry, like in biology. When you constantly eat more sugar, you develop insulin insensitivity. Like insulin is the trigger to help turn over sugar. But if you continue to challenge your body with more and more, its natural response is to dull it. And it runs parallels to psychology, like behaviors. When something feels good, yeah, and then diabetes happen. One aspect of diabetes is insulin insensitivity. So when your blood sugar spikes, it doesn't produce an appropriate response to turn over the sugar, and that creates a deficiency in processing the sugar in your body. So eventually, it doesn't work very well, and your body needs sugar. It needs carbohydrates, at least its constituents, in order to function properly. So it works the same way in reward process. So if you reward yourself, I don't know, if you get paid $1,000, you reward yourself with $1,000 constantly, eventually that $1,000 doesn't feel the same anymore. It becomes less rewarding. So that creates dopamine insensitivity. Or like, it's not that you lost the ability to be sensitive to dopamine. It's just the stimuli is boring, or like it's less stimulating. And everything is relative to that. And one of the greatest tricks, I call it a trick, but it's not really a trick. We do this all the time. It's just our society has been built as a response to it. For example, vacations feel great because you work. Love, I don't know, you got a lot of reward for beating a hard game. Lots of failure equals to greater delay gratification, is what I wanted to say originally. So the contrast helps resensitize ourselves. So when you eat something, if you pair a salty food with a sugary food, it also provides a contrast, right? So a lot of things work that way, and I'm not saying we're going to decode how our brain chemistry is going to link to our satisfaction, but generally speaking, you can still draw parallelisms between how homeostatic our body reacts to constant stimuli, like how it responds to it, how conditioning works and whatnot, and it's paralleled in human behavior. So it's very elegant, but again, there's no direct scientific evidence that connects all of these things yet. There's some like loose things, like how dopamine is related to the perception of reward, and how how cortisol affects mood, or melatonin affects awareness, like awakeness, and a lot of that stuff. But generally speaking, if you look at the bigger picture, it tends to flow pretty well. So yeah, you could say, I want to do something that sucks so that I can enjoy something that I like. So like, if you really want to make sure you don't take things for granted, like both psychologically or biochemically, like if you feel like your favorite game isn't hitting the same anymore, play a game that you hate. The next thing you know, when you go back to the game that you like, it's gonna hit very similarly. If you keep playing games that you continue to like and keep providing more and more stimuli, then you get into, I'm going to take it back to the game now, the developer's problem. The problem that publishers and developers have, which is, how do they keep upping themselves? And that's a condition that they've, unfortunately, social media has created, like how the internet created. You are inundated by being able to choose constantly what you like. So if you keep choosing what you like, eventually you don't like it anymore. And it's not because you're pragmatically understanding, like you're intellectually you understand, I used to like this game. I know I like these things, but it doesn't feel the same anymore. Because to me, again, hand waving, not an expert, psychologically and biochemically, you are probably insensitive to it now. You have received that stimuli so rapidly, so consistently, it no longer provides the same response. And in order to get that response back, you have to do something else. And here's the worst part. You're gonna go through what I would call a withdrawal. Basically, if you like something so much and you've become addicted to it, so like say you really love RPG games, I really love Like a Dragon games. Once I stop playing Like a Dragon game, I will immediately feel a discomfort of doing something that I've been hamming on, right? But I know that that discomfort will allow me to enjoy Like a Dragon again when I have to return to it. So it's one of those things, if you understand it, it becomes, if you understand it intellectually, it becomes a little more emotionally bearable. And every time that happens, it's often the context of you want more of something, but you have to understand that the more you want of that something, it's only going to dull the stimuli. And that's kind of the way I tend to advise people when it comes to career orientation. So like, how do you acquire new skills, right? One of the biggest barriers of acquiring new skills is the withdrawal you go through by spending time doing something you don't know how to do or you're not familiar with. Inherently, it is very insecure. It's very anxious inducing. There's a lot of anxiety. And that's how your body reacts to having to rewire, having to redo, like, become accustomed to something else. So that whole like idiom about humans are afraid of change, it's not necessarily they're afraid of change. They're just conditioned to always do the same thing. They're more efficient over time at doing the same thing. So when you become too accustomed to something, you got to ask yourself, how long do you want to do it? Because eventually it doesn't put out anymore. There are very few things in the world that will keep consistently put out. And you eventually have to do something about it. So it goes back to keto. If keto is putting out, eventually it's not going to put out anymore. What you're doing in a balanced diet is you're constantly, slowly fluctuating up and down. It's multiple stimuli. It's a lot of different things. It's constantly keeping your body in flux. If you go ham on anything, it's going to become less effective over time. great example, and here's a double take. One last example about how things become less effective. When you're a runner, like for me, for example, if I ran 3 miles a day, I can guarantee you those 3 miles, if I ran them the same way, they will be less effective in 3 months. It's easier, I become more efficient, but it's less effective. And then you can parallel with some, psychology. If things are easier, you feel you're working less. But effectively, you are working less because you become more efficient. So you have to work harder. So then you have to run longer distance. That's a change, but it's a change that will give you more performance, but you're effectively constantly working harder to get more out of it, both psychologically and physically. So eventually you get diminished return, right? It's like a I guess an asymptotic function where eventually it becomes so overwhelming that you can't pragmatically do it anymore. So a lot of times it's like, how do you do it in running? You add sprinting to it. So you spend time sprinting, sometimes sprinting, and sometimes long distance running. So as you become more complex, your body doesn't become used to something. And it's kind of ironic here. It's kind of counterintuitive, but if you want to be good at something, you have to be used to it, right? You have to get really skilled at it. The downside of that is when you become really skilled at that, you become weak in everything else. Like you're not investing time in anything else. So it's the duality. It's the human condition. So you have to choose a balance that allows you to be emotionally okay with it. And that also involves your health choices, your eating habits, your lifestyle. It's a really big, I know it's a really big, like we're casting an incredibly wide net, but in the end, it's so elegant. And then now we go all the way back, what did we even start on? I guess we talked about like political sensitivity at first. Then we talked about multiculturalism. And if I can tie it back to that, it's that I like that RGG is stirring the pot, or they're taking risks to stir the pot. Because ultimately, if we spend most of our time doing a certain thing, right? Playing the same games, having the same like video game experience over and over again, it won't put out anymore. Risks are needed for progression. That's interesting. I think I'm gonna say I would use the word change are needed for progression. Because change is neutral. Risk would imply it has a downside, but we can't interpret if it's a downside or not until we actually do it. So you need to swap it up. It has a possible downside, but it also has a possible upside. But risk is negative inherently. It's focusing on because if you say taking chances are needed for progression, there's a chance for upsides and downsides. But if you're taking a risk, you're only looking at the possible downsides, generally speaking, in terms of word choice. So risk are not needed for progression, if I was going to use that word. Chances are needed for progression. If you know what I mean. Like, it's a way to, like, if you ask someone, if someone's suffering, right? If someone says, I don't get it, I'm not getting better, I'm not feeling happier, and you tell them that you need to take risks in order to get better, they would immediately think of all the downsides. And it's not, it would be, it's a habit that I tend to be a little bit more argumentative about, because I want you to have chances I want you to take chances because you want to progress. And I can't guarantee you that there are positive or upsides or downsides. But without change, you normalize. So like I know a lot of people think of it this way. One last hot take. This will be a hot take. I won't digress into this. The saying, the American idiom, or a lot of times therapists, I guess I'm going to say people who are offering help. So people who are in the market to offer advice out of the goodness of their heart with great intent often says the euphemism, or maybe the ultimatum: if you keep doing the same thing, nothing's going to change. And I want to rewrite that. In my opinion, if you come to me and ever ask me in confidence, what is my best advice? One of the, regarding that type of statement, generally speaking, if you don't change anything, it does do something. It gets worse. It typically it doesn't stay the same. So human behavior normalizes, and they and typically give you diminished return if you don't stay dynamic. So the more static you become, it inherently is negative, and that sucks. So in fact, taking risks is more likely to produce an upside than a downside, or taking chances or changes. Taking changes are more likely to produce upsides and downsides, both mentally and physically. So, for example, just a quick example: sitting still for a really long time. You're definitely doing it for a really long time. What happens? You know, that's it. If I run a really long time, if I run this a really, really long time, right? If I run a really, really long time, what happens? I can run too much. It doesn't change, but like, I'm not changing anything. I'm just running, right? So it's always homeostatic. Like, when I mean homeostatic is your body fluctuates up and down all the time. Like, not only when you do things in moderation, that idea of all things in moderation, it's not all one thing in moderation. So you're not talking about just eating salt in moderation. You're trying to moderate your life, your time. So always doing something, like always working, is taking time away from everything else. So when you moderate everything, as in the biggest landscape, it protects you. There's a big trade-off, though. There's a really big trade-off. It also takes away from specialization. And specialization starts with an S. Sorry, this is a terrible mnemonic. But the S stands for sacrifice. So when you specialize in something, you're sacrificing something. And and what you're sacrificing is moderation. And that's what you have to accept. When you want to be a very good athlete, you have sacrificed moderation. So you are embracing diminished return. So you're sacrificing your body's utility to be a specialist. So if you want to be really smart, you also need to compensate for that sacrifice. Yeah, it's the opposite of 80-20. So my thing is, here's the meta, right? You can moderate most things, and you can choose the one that you want to sacrifice, but that moderation allows you resources to specialize in something. So get to moderating first, create a baseline, and choose the few things you want to specialize in, and know that specializing in something is a sacrifice for moderation. And that's where you get a balance. It's not a moderation now. Like, the balance between specializing and generalizing is just a balancing act. It's a compromise. So there's no moderation in that. You're just maintaining a specific ratio that works for you. So I choose to be a communicator. Like, if I have to name myself now, I want to eventually be comfortable enough to say I'm a communication specialist. Like, I want to be able to explain quality of life things through the use of communication. So like right now, all like the details and context that I'm saying, I can't say anything about my expertise in them. I'm just trying to convey complex ideas because I'm working on communication. So my specialty of choice, I suppose, is I invest most of my time in communication. And the rest of the stuff, it's in moderation. So I'm like, I probably don't know as much as the influencer who studies nutrition or like psychology or something, but I certainly can make a compelling argument because I focus on communication, right? So when I focus on something, I lose out on everything else. Like I divert my resources. So that's the idea about taking risks. Yeah, taking risks. So when you continue to do something, you have to understand that you're getting diminished returns, and knowing that makes it worth it. I think to most people. Like if you ask an expert, right? The better they become, the more likely that they feel it's less and less rewarding. And what I mean by that is pragmatically speaking, you see less and less improvement because you're getting to the top. Like the psychological feeling of the difference between number 2 and number 1 is really different from the psychological difference between number 30 and number 2. And that's all the moderation stuff. Like it applies to almost everything. Like if you're eating 3 pounds of sugar, that's a lot of sugar actually. What's another 10 ounces? What's another 20 ounces? Well, it's not enough. If you're already eating 3 pounds, you need 6 pounds. I know those are not realistic amounts. It's like if you had like what is it? 45 grams of sugar, right? A day. 45 grams of sugar. What's another 5 grams? Well, you're already at 45 grams. So 5 grams doesn't seem like a lot. Maybe you'll go for like 65 grams. Eventually it'll cap out and relatives become 45 grams is a lot. I'm going by a daily value. I'm going by the FDA stuff. Or is it FDA that it's not FDA. It's the USDA, sorry. The USDA. I generally just take a can of Mountain Dew. Sorry. Like I think can of Mountain Dew has 46 grams. So that's about that's usually what I do. I just take a soda can. They basically don't spin conspiracy, but it's very convenient that sodas tend to have the maximum allowable daily value in 1 unit that they want to sell. It's very elegant. If it was over, they would not drink a can, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but if you think about it pragmatically and psychologically, it explains itself. You want items that you want to sell. If the standard only permits that much. If you go over, people are less likely to consume the product. That doesn't stop other products from doing that, because you can pick up a product and it says 2 total servings, right? 3, and it says 260% of your sodium intake. But you know what they do? They break up the servings so that it looks like it's right below 100%. And that's why a lot of times when you look at, I'm spinning conspiracy, like I'm spinning coincidences. Do not go into like, I'm not trying to say this is a tinfoil hat situation, but it's very convenient psychologically. If you put the label and you're selling 4 servings, say like a soda, you can only make this soda, and now the USDA lowered it to 30 grams of sugar, right? They could effectively make the soda with 30 grams, or they can choose to split it up and say half serving. And then there's 2 servings per can. And the numbers would suggest that you can consume it. So that psychologically, you would buy the unit because it's the smallest unit permissible by a standard. And that's kind of how standards work, right? And it works in video games too. It works in a lot of things. When you standardize something, there are ways to represent it that unfortunately like business people are very good at, or not fortunately or unfortunately. It depends on how you think about it. For me, I think it's impressive. If someone comes out and say, yeah, that's the idea, we understand how to sell things. Psychologically, that works really well. Exactly. That's why we have $14.99 items instead of $15. That's why we overuse the number 9 all the time, because the next whole number is gigantic. It's weird, but it's awesome. All right, that's like super digressy now. And we have I do need to end, but let's finish this cutscene first. Oh wait. That's it for today. Thanks for listening. We're gonna light a fire under her butt now. Don't worry. Yumeko makes it. She doesn't die, by the way, as well. It definitely doesn't give her a heart attack. It does look like she kind of ran right into the building, though.
辛いやら嬉しいやらで涙が止まらんよ。でもあの頃に戻ったみたいだった。それもこれもキムチと兄ちゃんのおかげじゃ。しかしあのキムチは本当に辛いの。走りながら昇天するところじゃったわ。
おお、無事で何よりだ。
それになんだかポカポカするし体も軽い。前よりも早く歩ける気がするの。あのキムチはどこで売ってるんじゃ？
なあ、桜小路にキムチ売りのじいさんがいるんだよ。そこで買えるぜ。
そうなんか。こりゃあ町内会のみんなにも教えてやらな。
激辛キムチの食いすぎで死なないでくれよ。
わかっとるわかっとる。それじゃあの兄ちゃん。
ばあさんも喜んでくれたし、まあよかったな。一応キムチ売りのじいさんにもみんなが喜んでたことを伝えておくか。
Okay, okay, we're gonna save it here, right? And then I can tie this in. You see that lady right there, Yumeko? She spent her whole life wanting to be on her 2 feet, right? She did a lot of things, just constantly trying to just keep doing what she's doing, but eventually she couldn't, right? She couldn't. She is having trouble. what was her solution? Her solution was the willingness to take a risk or a chance on a stranger who is offering a solution that she hasn't considered. And the miracle kimchi was right for it. Now, if that isn't an elegant way of demonstrating what the possibility is when someone has done something so long, the risks, right? The chance often has an upside and downside. Because when you spend so long thinking a certain way, you should there's nothing else like you can possibly milk from that. Like there's no return on it anymore. So any risks or any chance is more than likely to introduce something that you can use, is probably the better way to say it. If you are so experienced in something, taking a chance on anything else, you are so experienced, you will be able to use that thing to produce an upside. So rather than making it appear like you're gambling, like you're taking a chance, it's far more proactive, in my opinion, to know that you can trust yourself to extract an upside from it. So a great example is if you ran for a really long time and you decide to start sprinting, or I don't know, you decide to play soccer, you will inevitably gain and transfer most of the things you already know and then apply that or extract that from anything that you've introduced that's new, because you're incredibly competent. So the chances of not finding value in something new is very unlikely if you ever get into a situation where you spend so much time invested in something. It's you don't have to trust me, you trust yourself. So if you're ever in a situation when you know you're opened, like you have accepted that, yeah, I'm going to take this chance, generally speaking, the human mind works wonders. You'll find the value in it yourself. So if there's anyone you trust more, you can trust yourself to do so. And for her, I don't think there was any possible way that kimchi wouldn't have worked. Like, for example, wouldn't have an upside. For example, what is another possibility that this would happen? She would not get across the street, but what would she have done? She would have tried the kimchi and she would have made a new friend. Who knows that they can, like, you can always, it's always possible for someone to spin it in a positive upside. When you're running out of things to do because you've exhausted the things you're doing, generally changes are inevitably going to be positive because you're already in a negative state, and nothing is really relative to saying, like, for example, the Yumiko loves to walk and do that thing, but it's not putting out anymore. Her body is not putting out anymore. So anything that helps her or could potentially help her is still better than not doing it at all. And that's the goat right there. I feel that's a great way to wrap the thing up. Like, if I can't run anymore, gosh darn it, I'm gonna find a different way to run. But it also means changing something, right, that you're doing. If your video game is not putting out, then you inevitably go find new video game to do it. And the early adoption phase is very exhausting. It's very costly. but generally speaking, you find it. Yeah. Yumeko, living legend. I don't actually know how old she is. It's suggesting that she's like 60 plus, right? Because Casca refers to her like as a grandmother figure, so I'm guessing she was 60 plus. That's a long time to be like wanting to run and stuff. That's great. That's how I'm gonna spin it. It was a great digression. I really appreciate that you guys were chilling for digression. Typically my digressions are like 3 hours, so I think we were like going on that past 3 hours. It was wonderful, and I hope you have digressions and discussions with other people, right? Yeah, it was nice talking. I hope you guys, both of you, are doing well now. You know? Like, I hope the two of you are doing well. You're better? You broke all your streaks? Wait, is that a bad thing or a good thing? That looks like a... Well, hopefully, whatever you're doing, all your good habits, well, you broke all your good habits. I don't imagine... You gotta try harder, Josh. Learn how you broke them. Did you learn anything about how they were broken in the first place? Work is a solid thing, for sure. Still gotta exercise self-love, you know? I imagine you found out how you broke all your good habits. That can be very informative. So it could be a learning experience. If you lost good habits, or you broke good habits, it's great to like write down how those habits fell apart, right? And then how it will inform you next time on when you develop a new, you establish good habits. So here's some silver linings, just really quickly, Joshing. You just told me 3 things that are going on in my head that I maybe will talk about next time. Is you've established that you developed good habits. So now you know how to develop them. And then if you lost the good habits, you have got enough information on how you lost those good habits. So what does that tell me? You know how to establish them, and now you know how to not retain them better. So what are you waiting for? Start again, right? You should have some more information. And then when you establish those good habits again, you probably know more about how to establish them. Yeah, keep at it. And I hope you're saying you're doing better, Smokes. Hopefully, you are also in the same position. I know how to break them, so I know what to avoid to not break them. Yes. Like that's the most important thing is it sounds to me that you know how to establish habits that make you happier overall. Like, I actually think there are a few people that have disappeared recently, and I think they're kind of declining. So they're like stuck in what I was describing. So the things that were on my mind today when I was digressing, that's the thing I'm talking about, right? If you're repeating the same thing, unfortunately, it doesn't stay the same. It actually becomes normalized and it becomes less effective. I understand that sounds like a very negative thing, but that's actually a way to understand it in a way that you can be a little bit more accepting. And then it kind of promotes you to want to look for new things. And that it's not a fear tactic. I don't know how to phrase it in a way that for it not to be a fear tactic. It's not a deterrence. I'm trying to find effective ways to make it sound encouraging. Because yeah, sometimes when you keep doing the same thing, logic would dictate logically that if you keep doing the same thing, nothing changes. But if it's really good, like if you're really happy and you keep doing the same thing, logically you would say you stay happy. The human condition doesn't work that way, in my opinion. When you keep doing the same thing, you stay static. You'll stagnate eventually. You'll burn out and it will decline. Things that used to make you happy makes you less and less happy if you keep doing the same thing. But if you keep improving and doing slightly different, you're constantly staying competent as opposed to becoming complacent. And complacency nulls things. So if you're getting over trauma, I hope that every day you're viewing that trauma differently and you're doing things in a dynamic way that continue to explore either that trauma or explore your solutions to that, overcoming that trauma or compensating that trauma, as opposed to constantly thinking about the trauma in the same way. The more you, and that leads to the whole idea that trauma can be alleviated by discussion with other people, because when you discuss the trauma with other people, you inherently are forced to hear a different perspective or a different thing. And you don't have to learn those things. Just being able to think about the trauma, being exposed intuitively that the trauma can be, have different takes on it, allows you to not normalize it. So like, you're not normalizing your suffering, as in, this is it, I can't do anything about it. Getting into complacency means you settle with your current state. If you are happy 9 out of 10, yeah, you can probably stay like that for like 10 or 15 years. Eventually you're going to need new ways to stay happy on top of being happy. But if you're sad, unfortunately it doesn't go up when you continuously think about it in the same way. And I understand it can be hard if you're relying on yourself, right? If you're in a state that you're compromised and you're constantly in trauma, you need a Casca in your life. Like, just seeing other things, thinking other things, just taking a break, trying your best to take a break from viewing it in the same way can be incredibly cathartic and refreshing. Yeah, and I don't mean a distraction. It doesn't have to be a distraction from your failures or like losing habits or your failures from your trauma. It's the idea that you can accept the trauma and constantly talk about it in a different way. And you don't have to do it. Someone else can do it for you. Like if you're really tired, right? And you don't want to talk about it, there are other ways. You can have someone tell you what they think. And you can sit there, just take it in, right? Just know that that other person is making the time investment to offering you something you can work with, something that can break the trend. So if you're feeling really sad, you don't have to feel, it's a weird thing to say, but if you can process yourself in feeling sad in different ways, the way you're feeling sad will become less significant. And that is a route to moderating it. So like this is a really terrible example. Like this is the only example I think about. Like we use whataboutisms a lot in a negative way a lot of times to accent, but we can use whataboutisms in a positive way. What are whataboutisms? For example, we used one today. Rice is very common to the Chinese diet, but it is also common to a lot of cultures. So what does that do? Rice for Chinese people become less significant because you know that rice is common to other cultures. If you are sad about something and you learn many ways that you could be sad about it, the way you think it's sad becomes less significant. And what I mean by that is it's not a solution seeker. It's a way to better manage grief and sadness and trauma. And this comes in many forms. Usually most people use euphemisms. They use euphemisms or silver linings to moderate all of it. It's to divert the energy. Misery deserves company diverts energy. So for example, if you're miserable and someone says, well, if it makes you feel any better, my life sucks too. And what happens is that your suffering gets diverted to another source. So you're sharing. So it's like spreading it out. So as crazy as this may sound, if you can't think of something positive, if you can't think of something positive to get out of things, or like to counteract and cope with your negative thing, finding different ways to express that negativity takes control over it. It encourages you to learn more about the trauma or the habits or something, and it's still more proactive than not changing anything. So your suffering, your net suffering could still be the same, but it comes in a different form. Like, what else sucks? Like, if you're saying this particular thing sucks, well, what else sucks about it? How can I express it even better so that I can express how much it sucks? So now you know how to express it, let alone just suffer in non-expression. If you want to listen, like, for example, some people would look at other people with the same trauma, and that's how, in my opinion, that's how I frame how support groups work, right? A support group is, you no longer frame it as your own suffering. It's a suffering that all of you are contributing to solving or deviating. It alleviates and introduces more things to you. So the alternative usually is try to find something positive, and that positive would counteract. But as someone who might have been in a very dark place, it's very difficult to be positive when you're so down. The delta is so big. So the alternative delta is, instead of doing one big leap, hey, just get over it, be positive, right? One big leap, you can take this level and you can subdivide it. And over time, you just spread out and you become much more comfortable and well-known, like educated about your trauma. And what it makes it seem is it's easier to tackle the little individual things about your trauma than seeing your trauma as one big thing, or seeing your habit forming or habit breaking as one big problem. It then becomes lots of small little problems, and you can tackle all those things, and generally you'll feel like progress. Because if you're trying to get, like, if your trauma is down here and normal is up here, this is a giant leap. But you can break this whole gap up into really tiny things, and it helps. In my opinion, it's generally great. And you can have another person do that for you. You can see other components of what you're doing through media, through social media. So, like, if, say, you suffer from a particular thing, if you can't ever see yourself taking the big, you're not a cold turkey kind of guy, like, just sledgehammer through it, I would probably pick a lot of examples and then pick what's different and what's similar between all of them. And all that, just investing yourself into figuring out all the possible contrasts and differences, it's incredibly liberating, because it tells you over time that you learned more about it. So because you know more about it, you're so competent. Competent breeds confidence. And it allows you to be proactive. It's the same with habit formation, skill learning. In my opinion, I'm this might sound like a life hack, but it's not really. I'm just generalizing what people already normally do in a time of grief, type of trauma. It's just all those are specific contexts. I'm trying to generalize them in the sense that you can apply it. Like you can name examples that fit into this. Like Misery Deserves Company is a great one. Whataboutisms is a great one. Euphemisms is a great one. Think positive also fits. The idea is increasing your competence of things. Your mind is so good when you feel competent about it. Even when you are traumatized, the more you gain about it, it becomes so protective. And then you can, float up and stuff. But reducing all that is the greatest thing. Switching Osu setups cold turkey is so hard. Yeah. You could probably switch less, but unfortunately, common denominator, right? Make it perhaps. All right, that's done. We're good. You're probably gonna see this segment go up somewhere. I wanted to end this segment because I'm already ending anyways. I don't know what I'm gonna call this, but it's good. I hope you guys feel better. I hope it's like improving and you find like certain inspiration and yeah, life digressions. Switching hands, oh man, you're gonna have to tell me about that journey, Josh. I'm actually purely curious how reconditioning works in that. So that's gonna be a discussion for another time. Stay safe, guys. Stay healthy. Try to work on that net positive lifestyle. And until next time, which is probably tomorrow, you know where to find me. I'll see you guys. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. And yeah. See ya. I know.